who have grown to mentor others. That's the joy to see students grow and become others. I taught in technical secondary school, some society. And then I took him to various schools. One of the things another I took him to was the Clinical Society of Nigeria is organized by the Enugu State chapter of Clinical Society of Nigeria. And then we won at the and we went all the way to present Enugu State at the global Nigeria. I think he came second or so. And from there, what helped me was able to do obviously well in his own level, got scholarship from UPS to study engineering abroad. After his first degree in engineering abroad, he did his master. And right now, he's doing his PhD in UK, United Kingdom. And he has enjoyed his scholarship from the one of entry to the university up until now, he's a student of PhD. And so it was a good connection between two of us. This is my passion, this is the passion, and so two passions met and gave rise to this beautiful workshop. To show the way that you can connect to a number of scholarship opportunities. And also they connected with global that particular area of the and ours. And so I'd like to introduce to you the person of how to do some kind of sanitation. Augustine. Yeah. And to the or to attend the conference as well as to share with us what is possible in assessing the number of people. And so at this point, I'd like to give up the microphone to Augustine to take us through.
Thank you very much. Very often I tell people that I'm only 2006 and your students are amazed at how much you do in the teaching industry of raising people. But just a moment, I will look into this one. Or maybe we'll meet so that the online people. Yes, but the phone is recording. So mute on the Google. Online, I mean, hearing two voices, but you have to bear with us. Yes, I believe it's clearer now online. And if it's clearer, please just drop a message in the comments of that your in the chat box to confirm to us that what we have is what you can see. And then, please, if I may ask, hello, I don't know your name, but please, can you sit closer to this place? Then you help me to control these slides. You just press the right arrow when I tell you to go to the next one. Thank you so much. All right, so let's get started. We're already behind schedule, and it will be a good thing that we're able to keep time today. I don't know what else to say. Uncle has said practically everything that is about me. So, my name is Augustine, and I'm privileged to co-host this event with himself. He talked much about me, but he said little about himself. The fact is that he has really been somebody of impact to so many people. You can all come in and have a seat if you are okay. You are writing your names. All right. So if there are too many persons outside, Uncle, please, I'll beg to rearrange the process so that they can all just come in and sit. Yes. Thank you so much. So he has been impacting lives, and I happen to be one of those people that were impacted by him. And like he mentioned, we went to Abuja together. That was Chemical Society of Nigeria in 2007. So it was a very nice thing. We came first at the state level, went to the federal level, and then came second. But it was nice because the guy who we beat at the state level was the guy who beat us at the federal level. And it was a 1 point difference at each of those points. So we gave him 1 point in Enugu here. He went to the federal level, gave us 1 point. It was more or less a balance of scores. But we are going to talk very much about scholarships today. And there's a reason I like talking about scholarships because I personally don't like paying for education. All right. I know that very often we say those who complain about the cost of education should try ignorance. But I personally don't like paying for education. But I still like to get the education regardless. So, and the only way you go about education without having to pay for education is to use scholarships. And the question I always ask myself is if there is somebody out there or an organization out there that's willing to pay, why do I need to go through the stress of paying? Why do I need to make my parents pay the money? If there is somebody somewhere, one human being or one organization that is willing to pay, and there are quite a number of them. If we go through this process today, you're going to leave this place not just knowing the scholarship opportunities that you have that are available to you, you will leave this place knowing how to apply for those scholarships. In fact, if you are done with this and follow the steps we're going to be discussing today, I see many of you winning scholarships just in the near future. They're not saying amen because they don't know that. All right, so let's go on. Now, we will run and I'll do a number of things. I believe there is a combination of people here. There are pharmacy students, there are engineering students, there are students from other faculties, there are recent graduates, and there are people who are still in their undergraduate studies. So I'm going to try to combine some things. If I say certain things you don't understand, then please always remember that we're going to have questions, we're going to have answer sessions. All right, please let's just start moving. Help me with that. Now, we will try to do something. Just a moment. Yeah. So this is the all right. Okay. No, the display online should be okay. So what you will do is when he goes next, you go next as well. All right. Thank you. So we can go to that next slide there. All right. So before we start, I want us to do some level of brainstorming. All right, brainstorming, and this is to get us into the system of what we're going to discuss today. When you look at this slide, this is not designed by me. It's actually just there on Microsoft PowerPoint. But there are a couple of things I want us to point out from here that will guide our discussion going forward. If you look at this, you will see somewhere the word plan. You will also see somewhere the word idea. You will see another place where there is search. You will see something concept there. And you're also going to see theme. Now, if I give us the challenge of counting the number of times the word plan is written, the number of times the word idea is written, and the number of times business is written, you will realize that business is written very much less in number compared to those other words. And there is some reason behind this. Now, imagine yourself as that light there. You are the ball, and you are supposed to shine to the world. You are supposed to win scholarships. You are supposed to go to places, get a job after graduation, and do all of that. But to be able to shine as that light, you will need to have all of those other components together. You will need an idea. You will need to search for opportunities around that idea. You will also need to plan towards that idea. And then, of course, you are going to lead to work in teams, which is what many Nigerians do not like to do. Now, if I may ask us, how many of us here were able to invite one person to this event after hearing about the event? Just your hands up. All right. So, if the person you invited is here, let me see your hand up. All right. Okay, so that's great. Now, typically, what Nigerians try to do is that when they hear about opportunities that are great, we run the race towards that opportunity in isolation. And very often, you run in isolation, you think you are fast, but you wear out very quickly, and then you get tired very quickly. And that is why you lead teams around yourself. There is no business that is big that is not built on teams. There is no body that is very big that is not built on teams. There are no scholars, exceptional scholars, that don't build themselves around teams. If I stand here, of course, you know that I am on the PTDS scholarship doing my PhD at the moment. But I can stand here and count seven close friends of mine, six or seven close friends, who have either been on the PTDS scholarship or currently on the PTDS scholarship. And that's the power of teams. So you understand something, how it works. You need to pass that information across to your friends. And this conversation is supposed to have multiple layers of impact on each and every one of us. It's not just you learning how to win scholarships. It's you learning how to win scholarships, learning how to build networks, and learning how to carry your mates along. When we discuss networking, you will understand better why I said this. So let's go to the next slide and begin to get into the conversation very properly. You see, you are at a point in your life where you need to start thinking about your future. So there is this story I like to tell people. By the time I was in secondary school, a Shalom here, I don't know if any Shalom student is in this place, but I was once a student of Shalom. And by the time we were thinking SS2, I used to tell myself that I wanted a scholarship that would take me out of the country. I just like didn't want to stay in the country to study. And we started trying to investigate what scholarship options do we have because we wanted to define our pathway. It wasn't just me. The other boys, some of them, two are practicing medical doctors in the UK as of today. The other one is in Slovenia. He's a doctor, and then he's doing his PhD as well in the UK, in Slovenia. Now, that young man was the person who gave me an idea of the scholarship that first took me out of the country. And one of them, the one who is a doctor in the UK now, is the person who downloaded the form, brought it to my sister's house where I was staying those days. So I didn't have to download the forms. All I did was to fill the forms and then go to Enugu for the interview and all that. But we needed to start by defining our path. Wanted to know where we are going to. And defining that path was very important. Now, for you as an undergraduate or as a recent graduate, you find yourself at this point. It's like a crossroads. You need to make some critical decisions. And you are thinking of further studies. Many of you are thinking of jobs, I know that. But the truth is this, most of the entry level jobs you get in Nigeria will not pay you anywhere close to any of the scholarships I'll be mentioning today. And this is not a hype, I say it from experience. I used to work in Lagos for an oil and gas servicing company. And I remember my salary then, and I know how much the salary was probably less than what the federal government was paying me when I was an undergraduate student. And this was like many years after my undergraduate. Now, you can be thinking of jobs, and this is important. But even at this crossroad of thinking about jobs, you also need to be selective because as a person, I am a bit of choosy over the jobs I do. Some people look at it as pride, but it's not being choosy from the angle of pride. It's being choosy from the angle of this is where I want to be. And this is the job that will take me to the place I want to be. Right? Now, if I am going to do something like a scholarship, I want to start thinking about myself as what is the value of this job I'm doing today to my future? A job can either give you money, give you good experience, or give you both. So you can be getting good experience while getting good money as well. If you are able to find a job that gives you that combination, that is the perfect job you should be doing. But then, if you don't get a job that combines those two, I will encourage you to look for a job that is going to give you good, profitable, useful experience over the one that doesn't give you so much money. So, some of you were thinking of entrepreneurship, but the point of this slide is this. What I want to take away from here is that life is not like a bridge in the real sense. Because when you get to a bridge, every turn you make at the bridge might mean that you are not able to take the other turn. Right? I don't know if we are together. But in life, you can be on a scholarship and be working. You can be working and studying. You can be doing your entrepreneurship and have a job. You can also be doing your further studies and you are an entrepreneur. I don't know if we are getting the point I'm trying to make. I say this because very often you talk to students, and students are like, well, once I graduate, I'm going to look for a job, or once I graduate, I'm going to go into business, and because of that, all the things you talk about scholarships do not concern me. But that's like a very limited scope of understanding. So let's move on to the next slide. Before you move, just remember that in the current world, you are more or less a global citizen. Don't think of yourself as a Nigerian. And I repeat, stop thinking of yourself as a Nigerian. Now, because there are people connecting to this event from other parts of Africa, I will even say, don't think of yourself as Ghanaian. But don't think of yourself as Kenyan because the world is becoming every day closer and closer to what is called a global village. And that's why you need to think of yourself as a global citizen. So if you are thinking of scholarship, think of yourself as a global person. If you're thinking of jobs, also think of yourself as a global person. Because once you begin to do that, you realize something. There are times when in your country, the country does not value excellence, right? Some of us might be familiar with the story I'm just trying to tell now. There are countries where excellence is not valued. Like, you need to know somebody, you need to talk to one big man, you need to do this, you need to do that. But there are places where your excellence is of great value. And when you begin to shift your mind from thinking locally to thinking of yourself as a global citizen, that's when you begin to explore global opportunities. The funny thing is this: Nigeria as a country may not value your excellence when you go looking for jobs, but Nigeria will always value your excellence when you go looking for a scholarship. And now this is the other funny thing, or the other irony. Nigeria as a country may not pay you well as a working person if you are in civil service. My sister is a teacher and I know how much she earns as a teacher. But if you think of any scholarship that's funded by Nigeria for Nigerians abroad, the money is always going to be huge. Let me give you some examples. When we did our bachelor's degree, this was in Russia some years ago, the federal government of Nigeria was paying us $500 per month at the time. And at that time, I don't think my sister, who had finished higher education, was making up to $250 in equivalent from the government of Nigeria or from the state government of Enugu State. All right. So, but begin to think of yourself as a global citizen. There is a reason why I'm laying emphasis on this thing. Now, you are at this point and you want to think of how do you fund your future because there is education that you can take, there are jobs that you can take, there is entrepreneurship that you can take. But how do you fund those things? I was going to ask us the question of how, but it's already on the screen. So let's not waste the time. Let's just make progress with that. Now, the first way you can fund your further studies is through grants. Do we know what grants are? Yeah? Someone is shaking his head. Do you know what the grant is? Can you tell us? Just give us an idea. It's supposed to be an interactive session. After all, it's a workshop. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. That's very correct. So the grant is not a loan. You don't pay for you pay back a loan with some interest. You don't pay back a grant. For grants, you just have to deliver on what the grant was supposed to be for. Then you think about scholarships. And then you think of fellowships. Fellowships are more like towards the higher levels of education. You begin to hear the word fellowship more often. And then you also think of bursaries. Then some people will think that, well, I don't need scholarships. After all, my dad has got money. But why do you want to waste your father's money? And then to pay somebody, for instance, over 40 something million naira in equivalent. I know universities in the UK where the school fees or the tuition fee per year is in the range of £28,000. If you do the math at the current exchange rate, you are landing somewhere around 50 something million. So why do you want to make your dad pay that money? Even if you had the money yourself, why do you want to pay it to a school? When there is somebody, a school, who is willing, or an organization who is willing to pay that money on your behalf. So, and that is the reason why I want to focus on scholarships, everything you need to know about scholarships and how to win those scholarships. Please, let's move on to the next slide. So, like I mentioned, you needed to be able to do your studies abroad for free. Like I said, I don't like paying for education. So the question is, what will take me from whichever part of Africa that I am to any of these developed countries you can see on the right hand side without having me to commit to giving out dollars, giving out pounds, giving out naira to anybody? And you begin to think of it and you say, well, but even if they pay my tuition, I still don't have the money to buy my air tickets. But then, many of those scholarships are going to pay your tuition, they're going to pay you a stipend, and in addition to that, they're even going to buy you a ticket. They're going to pay for your visa processing. Since I started traveling abroad, I have never paid for a visa for myself. The only time I tried paying for a visa, the visa was denied. That was when I wanted to go to Canada. But all the other visas I have used to travel abroad were paid for by the government or by an agency of the government. Now, the truth is that I don't know anybody in government. I don't. And he can testify to that. So let's move on to the next slide and then we'll begin to dive into the conversation. So there are a couple of things about scholarships that I consider misunderstandings. I consider them fallacies. And they are not true because everybody who I know that wants scholarships will also tell you that these things I'm talking about today are true, and the things I tell you they are false are false. So very often you hear people sit back and tell you, well, that because they don't know anybody in government, they are not going to win any scholarship. So they give up. They just fold their hands, sit in the comfort of their houses, do some menial jobs, stay back in the country, get paid very little, and interesting. Who is speaking, please? Mm, Is that the case? Sorry about that. Let's try to fix the online community. Online people, wait for us a bit. Where are you? Google Meet. Okay. All right, online. Can you hear me now? All right. Thank you so much. Yes. Sorry for that break, but regardless, even if you join now, you are still going to benefit a lot. You will still benefit a lot. All right. So what we're going to do is that this event is being recorded. So I will post this much later on YouTube for those of you who missed the first part. Because of time, we're not going to go back to the first part. But since you can hear me now, we'll just move on with the rest of the conversation. We'll do our best to ensure that you don't miss out on anything again. All right. So what we are trying to look at today, or at this moment, is the things that people talk about scholarships that are not true. So somebody will tell you that you need connection. You need to know the governor. You need to know the president. You need to know the senator from your place. You need to know the whoever. Now, the truth is that there are scholarships that will be offered to you by your senator, for instance. And where that becomes the case, you might now need to know your senator. There are scholarships that may be offered to you by your governor in terms of charity. And in that case, maybe you need access to the governor. But there are a lot of scholarships that are called merit-based scholarships. And because many of us come from, or myself, I come from a background that doesn't have too many ties with governments, I try to focus more on the merit-based scholarships. And that's what I'll be discussing with you today. Such that even if you don't know anybody, even if you don't have any big uncle, you still stand a chance. You will still be able to win any of the scholarships I will be talking about today. The other thing people think about is that you need a first class to win scholarships. And the truth is that a first class is always going to help you. And because I'm talking to undergraduates or a community where there are many undergraduates, I will emphasize take your books very seriously. Your country may not value excellence, but I'll tell you for a fact that the world values excellence. So, whatever you are doing with your books, do the best you can to graduate with the best possible CGPA. But there are those who do not have that big CGPA, like 4.98 or 5.0 or any of those things. Some of us may not have, or some of you may not have it. But even if you don't have it, you don't necessarily or compulsorily need that to be able to win a scholarship. And I'm going to show you the other alternatives that you can follow today. Then the other thing people think about very often that is not very true is that you must write an English language test. You must not. It's not compulsory. In fact, I finished my bachelor's and my master's in Russia, and I'm doing a PhD in the UK, where English is the language of instruction, because my bachelor's and master's were in Russian language. I'm not going to go into speaking that now. But my 2 degrees or 5 degrees were in Russian language. And even at that, I did not need to give anybody in the UK any test of English language results before I got admitted into my PhD. How much more yourself who is studying in English? And what did I do? Two things. One was it was a combination of two things. The first was I had written publications in English language, and that was a point of negotiation for me. And I'm going to emphasize on that just in the course of the conversation. The other negotiating point was I did my youth service in a university where English was the language of instruction. But for you, you can negotiate on the basis of English is the language of instruction in the school where you studied. And while it's not every school that will accept that as a replacement for your standard test of English, there are lots of schools that will accept it. Why am I laying emphasis on this? So that you don't fold your hands and say, oh, well, because I don't have money to write test of English language exam, I am not going to apply for any admission. I'm not going to apply for any scholarship. All right. Now, on this side are the truths, but somehow I have discussed some of those truths in the process of discussing the lies that people have been telling you. Right? How many of us here are first class? Anybody? There is one first class person here. Any other first class graduates here? Or somebody whose CGPA is towards first class? First class there as well. Okay? Any other person? Another first class here. Um, David, take note of all these people. Very often when I ask questions, or I'll be asking a lot of questions, please take note of those who are responding and what their responses are. All right, so the other thing is this. If you don't have a first class, and it's good because the majority here does not have first class, so let's focus on ourselves. If you don't have a first class, the thing you need to do if you are really interested in winning scholarships is to work on one, your skills, and secondly, you also need to work on your publications. I believe that many of us here know what an academic journal is. And if you don't know, you will know it today. And even if you don't learn it today, you will learn it with the Young Professionals Forum because the Young Professional Forum is domiciled here. They have a very good presence here in UNN, so you can always pick up that from them. Now, why do you need to work on your skills? The reason you need to work on your skills is because there are scholarships that are called merit-based scholarships. Now, merit can be a combination of things. Merit can be a combination of your academic performance, and then merit can also be, on the other side, a measure of your skills. So if I have some kind of skills that a particular scholarship is looking for, then that skill can somehow compensate for my zero first class or for my second class or for my third class. Well, with third class, it becomes more challenging. You need to really work harder at the third class. But second class and first class, it's relatively easier there to win scholarships. But your skills matter. And when I say skills, very often people will think about the engineering kind of skills, learning how to program, learning how to code, learning how to do this and to do that. But there are scholarships that want to put value on your leadership skills. Leadership. There are scholarships that want to put value on your networking skills. And these are skills that you don't really need high-end degrees to be able to develop. You can lead a group of people where you are not even the best person in the class. Probably your class rep is not the best student in your class. It's always like that. The best students are always not the class reps. Somehow they hide away from being class reps at some point. So, but the skills you need, that your class rep, if you understand the value of what he's doing, he can take up that skill, that leadership skill, and turn it into gold. Right? He can take up that leadership skill and turn into a negotiating point or a point of reference on the basis of which he or she can win some form of scholarship. But let's continue to make progress on the slides. Please, let's go to the next slide. The publications we'll talk about so very much. Now, there are a number of requirements that you need for every scholarship. A number of requirements. And I'm not going to start talking to us about the paper ones, like how you need a first class, how you need the skills, how you need to do this, and all that, and all that. The first thing I want to talk to us about on what you need is passion. Right? Passion. Something is missing on that slide, and I'm seeing it. The second thing you need is action. Right? And the third thing you need, and this is not just for scholarship purposes, this is more or less for life. The third thing you need is resilience. Resilience. So you need passion, you need action, and then you need resilience. And why do you need all of these things? I'll tell you just as we go along. If you're not passionate about something, you get very easily discouraged from pursuing that thing. All right? I can see a lot of pharmacy students here. Did anybody here write jam twice before the person got pharmacy? Can I see any hand? All right. So, if I may ask, why did you have to take that jam the second time? And what is the word that was driving that second action? Passion. That's very correct. Now, my brother's friend came to this university, or let me start with my own friend. My friend came to this university in 2008, and that's one of the doctors I told you is in the UK today. He came to this school and they offered him zoology. Uncle Beloved knows him because he was once his student as well. So the boy came, he did first semester in zoology, and then he packed all his books and came back to the house. I went to their house at Ibawa, and I was like, why did you do this? He said, well, that he has no interest. Like, he can't continue. He came back and started preparing for JAM again. He wrote that second JAM, and I think it was sealed. But he didn't stop. He wrote it the third time, scored 300 in JAM, 300 in post UME, and then he got medicine. And today, he's a practicing doctor. What was driving him? Passion. I know another person, my brother's friend. He came to the school, he finished from Botley here. He finished Botley, went for youth service, came back and wrote direct entry to study medicine. If not because of the time factor around this event, he probably would have been in this place today because he's a practicing doctor at the moment. So you need to be passionate about what you are doing. Like I mentioned, I became passionate about studying outside the country from when I was small, and it's not too late to develop that passion. Now, your passion is not going to give you food. Like your passion will not give you the cost. And if I will ask again from one of those people who wrote jam twice to enter pharmacy, I saw another hand somewhere. Yes. So when you have the passion, right? What did you do to be able to make that passion come to realization?
I keep reading guys.
All right. And that's the action. The action is you study. The action is you put the work in. For him, he had to read. For you, as somebody who is going to apply for scholarships after this moment, there are some other kind of actions that you will need to take. And those are the actions we'll be discussing in the process of having this conversation. Now, resilience. The reason you need resilience is because you, maybe before I explain it, does anybody know the meaning of the word resilience in practical terms? I don't mean the dictionary meaning. Can anybody tell us? Resilience, all right?
Not giving up.
Uh, all right. So somebody who is resilient doesn't give up because he tried once and failed. If the person who produced electricity or who discovered electricity was not very resilient, we won't have light today, or probably we'll have light in a different form because it would not have come through him. All right? So you have to be resilient. There was a time, and this is something you need to know. Everybody who talks about scholarships, including myself, very often will tell you about the victories. We don't tell you about the failures. But behind every success is maybe not many failures, but an ability to conquer failure, an ability to take yourself from a point of failure, rise up to a point where you are able to try again, and then in second trial or third trial, you will win. There was a time when I applied for a scholarship somewhere in Saudi Arabia. I'll mention that school and I'll tell you why I applied for it. I did the first interview. I crossed that first interview. In fact, the professor, a Polish man who was in the United States at some point, he wrote me an email. He was saying that I was one of the best he had interviewed that period for that particular scholarship. But there was a second interview stage, and that was going to be with people who were not technical. The people who interviewed me on that second stage, I can tell you they did not know jack about engineering or about petroleum engineering. They were not anywhere close to knowing petroleum engineering. So the conversation was not even professional. It was more about wanting to know who I am, trying to understand me, like all of those kind of things. And I think the only question I answered that day that could have pissed them off was that there was a popular city, or there is a popular city in Russia called St. Petersburg. And I stayed in Russia for about 5 years plus at that time, and I have not gone to the place. I have not visited Petersburg. So when they were asking, have you gone to Petersburg? I said no. But for them, it was a school where they were trying to build international relationships, right? So they felt like, well, I'm not a traveling type. This is me trying to make judgments now because that was the only question I answered that I feel was not correct. So they said, well, it's a school where they were trying to build an international community of different people, different cultures, people who could mix up with others and all of that. And that's why I also mentioned skills. Because even the skill of relating with people of different cultures, of different religions, for instance, is something that becomes of value when you begin to step your feet outside the shores of this country. Oh, wow. Interesting. Mhm, mhm. Someone wants to join. Wow. Okay. Admit all. Could you imagine? How could you have made this mistake? All right. So can this Google Meet? Mhm. Please, I would want to request that Chidalu Nwofo, are you online? Please unmute yourself. I want to give you a small task. All right, thank you. So what I want you to do is once you notice that anybody is trying to join, just write a message in the chat box, say let in, so that somebody can let them in and not keep them waiting for too long. Thank you so much. Let's continue. So you begin to realize that your skills, all those your ability to mix up with people, is a skill that is of high value. So what am I trying to say? Eventually, I got a rejection email from Saudi Arabia that year, and they said, "Well, that line of code was very competitive. This, that, da, da, da." But I knew that the competition was not on a technical basis for me, at least against me, because the professor sent me that email. I can still pull it up today and show to every one of us, but time will not permit us. So you become resilient. You go ahead and apply again and again and again. But in being resilient, don't make the mistake of continuously using the same things to apply. Because if you do the same thing repeatedly, then that's kind of foolishness. The same thing that doesn't work. If you keep repeating it, it's not so much of wisdom there. So you want to improve yourself at every given point of you showing your resilience. So apart from these ones which are more like character-based kind of things, then you need some kind of documents. All right? You need an international passport. Do we have it here? I have one. Do you? International passport. All right. We are talking about international scholarships, right? So that international, it carries it with itself. So if you must apply for international scholarships, you need an international passport. The reason is simple. Every school you are applying to wants to know you. They want to identify who they are talking to. They want to know who they are, communicating with. And the way you show yourself or you identify yourself is with an international passport. You need one. And it's not too expensive if you plan for it. Remember, we've been talking about you thinking about the future. If you plan for an international passport, you get one at somewhere around less than 30,000 naira if you apply by yourself. And the way you do it is go to the website of Nigerian Immigration, apply there. The men and boys at Enugu might want to take more money from you, but they have no choice because you are doing due process and you have time for them. So when they are trying to push you, you are still relaxed because you've got some time based on your plan. Then the other thing you need is an academic CV. Academic CV. You know what is a CV, right? Do we? Who knows what is a CV from the student community? You know it? Was it? All right. And what's contained inside?
It contains all your skills and your qualifications and some other things.
She wants to add something. Pass her the mic, please. That's correct. I like the answers the both of you are giving. The first person came from the angle of somebody who has not been in a workplace, like a student, so you don't have professional work experience, right? And probably that's why he didn't mention professional work experience. But sometimes students do have some level of professional experience in terms of your side jobs, your internships, and all of that. So your CV is very important. And there is a difference between the way you write an academic CV and the way you write a professional CV. We are going to touch that very quickly, but we may not go into all the full details of CV writing today because of time. However, we have a recorded video that took maybe like 2 hours long to discuss CVs and discuss SOPs. Apart from that, you will also need your transcript. And it is very strange to me that a student graduates and doesn't have his or her transcript ready. And the reason it's strange to me is because the day I graduated from my bachelor's, I got my original degree certificate and I got my original transcript, a copy to myself. In addition to that, I could request from the school to give me multiple copies. Like I could do 5 extra copies of my transcript and the school would do it for me and give it to me. But you are in a different system. So, and because you're in a different system, you have to work with the system until the system changes. Now, the reason you need your transcripts is because somebody can present a certificate and says, well, this person is this, he has a certificate in this, that. But the person that sees that certificate cannot tell what subjects you studied, what grades you had in those subjects. And sometimes some of the subjects you studied will be of more value to somebody who is giving a particular scholarship than some of the other subjects. So if you are doing thermodynamics, for instance, do we have engineers in this place in the first place? If we don't have them, then we just avoid mentioning their names. Any engineer in the house? Just one. Are you the lowest president? No. All right. Okay, so let's talk about pharmacy. You pardon my use of words with pharmacy because I might not be an expert there. But let's say you are doing one course and is drug analysis, whatever it's called. Uncle, you bear with me. So if that is the course you've done and on your transcript you've made an A in that course, and a particular professor is looking to study or analyze the contents of paracetamol or analyze the contents of the COVID vaccine, for instance, that person wants to see that performance on that particular subject to be able to rate you in terms of who comes into his school or in terms of who comes into her school. And that's why you need your transcript, and that is the reason every school will keep asking you for transcript till even in the future. So you need to get your transcript, understand the process of getting your transcript as quickly as possible, and then start planning for it. If it's going to cost you money, plan towards that money. Save that money, then plan towards it. If it's going to cost you time, please apply in good time. Now, again, on the concept of transcripts, there are schools abroad that will want to consider you for admission even before you graduate. It's very important to know this. Somebody in your final year, at the end of that, your first semester or final year, you can start applying for scholarships for a master's degree if you have your up-to-date transcript. The transcript that contains every course you've done, your performance based on those courses until that given point. So they will give you that scholarship or that admission on the basis of you are an awaiting result candidate. So once you get your results, then the person can now finalize the process and take it in. So bear that in mind as we go forward. Then the other one, you will need your SOP. I already mentioned that the language test is not compulsory for every school. GRE is always going to be for the United States of America and some of the schools in the Middle East that operate American standard. If you're coming to the UK, you don't need GRE. If you're going to Canada, in most cases, you don't need GRE. Most of Europe, you don't need GRE. But if you're going to United States of America, especially you, the engineer, they will always be asking you about this in most of the schools. Now, there is something called SOP. I'll just mention it and we'll go to the next slide. So let's go to the next slide because we're going to spend time to discuss SOP in the process of time. Now, let's look at all the categories of scholarships that you can apply for. And that's why I started by telling you that you don't need connections to win scholarships. You remember I mentioned that. And the reason you don't need connection is because there are different categories. You can apply here, you can apply there, you can apply to the other one, and you can apply even to more, and more will keep coming up. The government-funded scholarships are one, and that is where you begin to weigh in how corrupt is your country, how much of merit does your country value, does the country not value merit, or does the country do a combination where there is a scholarship and they say, well, this number is for merit, and then this number is, they call it um, stakeholder quota. Then let's move on from that. Let's look at the university-funded scholarships. I love this one a lot. I love it a lot, and we're going to discuss why shortly. Then you also look at the institutional scholarships. Institution in this case, I'm not talking about school. I'm talking about organizations. I'm talking about companies. I'm talking about different, spheres that can put money together and send you to school. Then on the government scholarship, even if you want to argue that your country is corrupt, and we know there are countries that are corrupt, right? But even if you want to make the argument of my country is corrupt, the government-funded scholarships are in two forms. There are some that will be funded by the government of the country, and that is where you might begin to worry about corruption. But there are some that are fully funded by foreign governments. And when foreign governments do their funding, they are very often very specific on merit. They want to bring people into their country that can help their economy if those people choose to stay back. All right, don't mind me. I'm moving around. I'm trying to see the faces and connect with most of you because we're going to do networking today as well. So, and there are those that are done as collaborations. So, if you are in a country where you feel like everything is corrupt, the government is so bad, they are not going to give anybody any scholarship or merit, then you can start looking at those scholarships that come from the international government. Are we together? All right. So let's move to the next slide because of time. We started a bit late, and I'll try to cover up for that time as much as we can. So let's look at it. The university funded scholarships, that's where you have what is called graduate assistantships. Have you heard about that before? No? So I've heard about it. Let me see your hand. He has heard about it. Who else? The engineer has heard about it. Who else? You have heard about it. And you yourself have heard about it. Okay, let me try something. Because you are having the phone, I will not give you the mic to talk. So somebody raised his hand here, engineer. So you said that you heard about graduate assistantships. Let me know. What do you know about it?
Somebody that helping maybe after transition starts to help the lecturer.
Okay. And in reward, what do you get as a reward?
You can then maybe become a lecturer.
Okay. I see your idea. You're talking about those graduate assistants in your faculty, right? Well, that's correct in a way, but that's not the area we are trying to look at today. So when you travel out of the country, there is something they call graduate assistantships. Nigeria has a format of it, but in Nigeria it's more like you becoming a lecturer, like a very junior level lecturer, the first level in the lecturing career. But what it means abroad is that companies, governments, institutions will come to a school and say, well, we have this challenge. We have this research problem. We want to solve this problem of research. And then they will give like a grant to that professor. Remember I mentioned grant just some slides ago. So when the person gets that grant, he's going to start looking for, or he gets that funding, he's going to look for students who will come into that research department and then help him through that research. So you, the student, will be the ones conducting the research. The supervisor or the professor who got that funding will be the one supervising it. Now, as a reward, what you get is free, completely free education. So they waive your tuition in that school. If you were in the UK, for instance, where they will charge £28,000 in some of the schools, they waive that amount of money for you. And then in the full package graduate assistantship, they will give you funding or stipend to take care of yourself. And it's very funny when they call it stipend because the money can be very huge sometimes. In the United States of America, you will see some graduate assistantship options that will pay you $3,000 a month. And I'm not exaggerating. If you doubt it, we'll pull them from the internet here for you to see. In the United Kingdom, I know a school in Bristol that was willing to pay people £24,000 a year as graduate assistants. In the UK, they don't call it graduate assistantship more often. They call it, what is it again? They call it studentship in the UK. And this is in addition to waiving your tuition. Now, that's not the end of the interesting parts of it. The other interesting part is that if you're in the UK, for instance, you still have like 20 hours of every week as a graduate assistant that you can commit to working outside of the campus. And that's why I tell you that there is hardly a job at entry level in Nigeria that will pay you as much money as any of the scholarships I'll mention today. If you do the maths in naira, you are talking about millions and millions of naira. Of course, there's a difference in terms of cost of living, but even at that, you will still be fine. You will still be fine. All right, so that's what graduate assistantship is, and I love it. The reason I love it is because many of these other scholarships you see, the government-funded one, the institutional one, they are very niche-based. Somebody will come and tell you, like the one funding my education at the moment, if you don't have something to do with the oil and gas and energy industry, you basically cannot apply for it. So it's very niche-based. But the graduate assistantship is so widely open to the point that so long as there is a professor somewhere in some school abroad in that your department, if you look very well, you will see an advert on graduate assistantships. In fact, sometimes even the courses that are not very popular, like maybe somebody is studying fine and applied arts, and people think, well, in Nigeria it's not such a very popular course. Sometimes those are even the easiest places to get graduate assistantships because the number of graduates are few, and many of the graduates are not interested in the scholarship. They don't even know about it. It's usually people from the sciences that want to, everywhere scholarship. If you call for a scholarship event, it's always the science students that will show up. And if I take an assessment of this room, I think the science students are still more here today than the arts. It has to change anyway, but we'll do the education that's necessary. So that's it on graduate assistantships and why I like it. We'll talk more about what you need to be able to win them. There is this other category of scholarship I separated them. They look like graduate assistantships, but they are not completely graduate assistantships. You see, those two schools in green, one is CAUST. That's the school I wanted to go to in Saudi Arabia. And you think, oh, maybe they are too conservative. The school is actually a very proper international community. At the time when the school was built, I heard that they had a budget of $20 billion to construct the school, and it's just for postgraduate studies. No student comes to that school without a scholarship. You don't go there and pay fees because you can't pay the fees, and that's just the simple truth. The other one, Tech, is in Russia. One of the people who follow me on Facebook, and of course a friend, we were in Russia together. He was like my junior in the university. He has just got a PhD scholarship to go back to that school in Tech. At Tech as well, everybody is on full funding. And the good thing about these schools is that they function like they are designed more like to build entrepreneurs, like to move your research from the point of just being a paper research to being able to commercialize it. So they try to bring in aspects of business into their program. And then if you're able to incorporate those into your learning, you come out and starting a company becomes very easy for you. That's why I like those two schools. I'm not saying you should go there, but they are part of the places you should be looking at. Then the other government funded scholarships, you can see them. I mentioned there are scholarships from international governments, the Swedish government, the Irish government, the Chinese government, all of those places. You get scholarships. This one is in France. That last one there is in France. And anybody who is studying French here should look at that France Excellence Scholarship. It's a very good one. Then the institutional ones, you talk about Chevlin, and that Chevlin is open as we speak at the moment. You talk about Commonwealth. So personally, I fell into the trap of thinking that Commonwealth scholarship is a corrupt process in Nigeria. And I'm saying this because you need to know it. So there was a time when I wanted to apply for the scholarship and I left it because it felt like, well, it's a very corrupt system and all that. But there are two groups of people that nominate people for Commonwealth scholarship. So I met a lady in my school recently who's doing a PhD on that Commonwealth, and I started asking her questions. I was like, "How did you get this from Nigeria?" Because I knew the history, like I had an existing idea about Commonwealth. So she said, "Well, that there is this forum. Is it African women in STEM or something? One of those women kind of STEM whatever that nominated her for the scholarship." So the nomination could either be from the Federal Scholarship Board or from a non-governmental organization. And I don't know if Red Cross does it, but a number of non-governmental organizations will do it. So you check the website of Commonwealth to find the non-governmental that can nominate you for Commonwealth scholarship. So you may just want to plan to get into that non-governmental as a second option. If the government does not nominate you, the non-governmental may be able to nominate you. Then all these other ones, NDDC. Do we have anybody from Niger Delta here? You know the NDDC scholarship, right? Okay. So that's for them. This list is not exhaustive because I know that there is a scholarship from NLNG that's also for the Niger Delta people. I have a friend who studied under that at the University of Aberdeen. But all these are lists. Now let's move to the next slide. And then that's where the learning will begin to happen the more. Now, please, the next slide. Online, I believe you can hear me. Chidalo, just confirm. All right, thank you so much. Then let's move on. Now, when you begin to look at all these scholarships, you see these slides look similar, but they are different. What you see here are the core requirements you need for each of these categories of scholarships. And that's why I mentioned from the beginning that's not only a first class that you need. And if you don't have a first class, you don't need to give up on scholarships because there are other things that the scholarships are looking for. Somebody might have a first class but doesn't know how to write cold emails. Cold email. Who knows what the cold email is here? Cold email. Okay. If you get the definition correctly, I give you 2,000 naira straight. Are you in? Okay. So somebody wants to try it here. Cold email for 2,000.
Okay. They are emails listening to parents or communication that the most really have.
Okay. That's very correct. So let's go as we said. 2,000 naira for you. That was a very correct answer. All right? 2,000 naira for him. And do you know why I gave him the money? Nah, I say you quota it. You might not 10%. All right, so the emails are called cold because you don't know the person, and the person doesn't. Well, you may know the person, but the person doesn't know you. And you know the person because you have already identified that person. You are trying to send an email to him. When you apply for graduate assistantships, you need to get used to writing emails to strangers, people you've never met. You need to develop that ability to start conversations, to initiate conversations. If you fold your hands and wait until the opportunities come land on your table, you will wait for too long. But you can write a cold email and the email gets a cold response because, after all, what you sent was a cold email, right? But you can also write a cold email that gets a very warm response. And getting that warm response or getting a cold response is dependent on how you write your cold email. It's dependent on what you put into that cold email. We're going to talk about what will help you get warm responses on your cold emails. So, because you are looking for scholarships, you want to target professors who have the scholarships that you are applying for. So, there is a professor in pharmacy or a professor in your faculty somewhere in a school abroad whom you have identified, and you know that this professor has scholarships at this point. Are going to have scholarships by the next year. So you begin to write that personal email, trying to showcase your skills and showcase your strengths, showcase your knowledge and your experience that are relevant to what the person is trying to achieve. That's what a cold email does for you. You can write sometimes and they don't respond. You can write and they respond, and you can write and they don't respond with the offer of a scholarship. But sometimes they'll give you an idea of what to do to be able to win the next scholarship you apply for. So that's cold email. And you will need this for your graduate assistantship scholarships. Remember, like I mentioned, graduate assistantships are open to all fields where there is a professor. And I believe there is a professor somewhere in your field, and that professor will be willing to take you someday. Now, you need publications. Publications. And then people will say, oh, but I'm not a doctorate degree holder. So everything you do as a bachelor's degree student that gives you a what's it called again? Project, right? It's called project here. Your project work. That project work, if you plan yourself well and you speak to your professor or your supervisor, that supervisor will work with you on that document and get it to a publishable format. And I advise every undergraduate student here, even the ones who have graduated, go back to that work you did, try to write something that's publishable from that document. If you're able to do it, it takes you, the effect is more like, the best way to describe the effect is to say, like, if you had a second class upper with a publication, that your second class upper will be valued at a first class level. Let me just explain it that way. And then I believe it gives a picture of why you need to publish your work. It's going to be tedious. I will not tell you lies. Because at that point, you are looking at doing your seminars, you are looking at writing, doing your final exams, and all that and all that. But even if you are not able to write it and submit it before your graduation, when you graduate, go back to it. We published the master's thesis of a friend after we had graduated. We had left Russia, we were doing youth service in Nigeria when we wrote that paper, and it was accepted, it was published. So, work on your publications. Then, evidence of relevant research skills. And you will permit me here to talk about engineering a little bit because I'm more familiar with the skills in engineering than I am with the skills in pharmacy. Although following uncle, I've seen that there's something they call computer aided drug design. That sounds like a good skill, right? So if that is a good skill, then it's something you should acquire. So if you pick up those skills that are relevant to your own research area, then you are putting yourself ahead of the pack in terms of your scholarship applications. Then you move on to the other ones. I will just let you read through them, and I've left them on that slide long enough for you to have gone through them. But you begin to see that there is evidence of good grades, there's relevance of study area to the growth of the country's economy. There's also another thing that's outstanding essay writing skills, and then community involvement. I like to talk about those two because many students don't like to be involved in helping other students. If you have a hobby of helping others here, let me see your hand up. Your hobby is helping others. So, in what ways have you helped people in the past? In recent time, let's know. I believe your classmates are here. Okay. Okay. So you are empowering people. All right. Let's see what we can do for you. It's okay for you as well. So let's continue. You know, very often we think about ourselves too much. We think about ourselves too much, and we shouldn't be thinking that way because your community involvement can really be a very good thing for you when you start applying for scholarships. All those people you have helped, and what I'm going to say now will sound a bit unreligious, but it's true. All the people you have helped as a person and all the people you are going to help going forward, try to have a record of it. What did I say? All right. The reason you need that record is because when you start writing an essay, you need to be able to quantify what you have done in every essay you write and in every CV you write. That's how you write something that is outstanding. If I come and say, well, I help people, and somebody else says, I help people to learn how to proofread in order to make money. Another person says, I have helped 200 people to learn how to proofread to make money. Which of these three options sounds more convincing? The last one, everybody agrees, right? That is why you need the records. And that is why you need even the records of the work you are doing. Because at the point when you start even applying for grants, regardless, you are doing business or you are doing anything, you need that record. That's why if you go to shops, you see business people, they bring one big book. They write how many customers came, what did they buy, how much did they buy today. All of those things are record keeping. And that is one part of what makes Africa different from the developed world. I'm an African, no, but I have to say the truth. If you go to any country, I stay in the UK, right? If I go to the UK and I find myself on the road, I don't have my passport, I don't have any identity on me, and the British police comes to meet me, they'll be able to tell my address, my house address, without me telling them because they have my records. If I am in Britain and I am driving and I commit a traffic offense, the police doesn't need to stop me right there. They don't need to start chasing me. They don't need to shoot me. Because with my plate number, which can be captured by a roadside camera, they will trace me to my house. My fine for that traffic offense will come to my door the next day. Yeah, I don't mean the next 2 weeks, except maybe I committed the offense somewhere outside of, the UK has like a number of countries. That thing will come to my house. One of my friends from Ibagwani, he works somewhere, so he went and parked his car. When he just bought that car, they didn't know that, the car belonged to somebody who works there. He went and parked for a long time. He got to his house the following morning, a ticket came to his house. They dropped the ticket for him for parking in that place because they could not identify the car with somebody who works in the place. So they brought the ticket to his house. He then had to go back to prove that he works there, and that is why, And he told me that what's it called again? The ticket came with a picture of his car when he was entering the premises, and a picture of his car when he was leaving the premises. So they know. But here, we don't keep records, and it is not a government thing, it's even on individual levels. If I ask us now how many, to give me a list of the courses you did in WIEC and the exact grades you had in those courses, some of us might start struggling to remember them. Am I correct? I'm hearing no, yes. Who is saying no? You are saying no. When did you finish secondary school? 2019. That's very fresh. That's very fresh. 2016. Can you remember all the grades you had in your life? Let's have it. We'll see. If you start struggling to speak, we'll know. Maths was A1. Correct. English was B4. Correct. Physics was B2. Correct. Chemistry was B2. Okay. Biology was C4. Okay. Civic education was A1. Wow. And Igbo was B2. B2. Okay. So are you from the east or you are from somewhere in the west? Or from I'm from the east, but I schooled in the west. And you made B2 in Igbo language? Yes, sir. I like that. Maybe we should do something for her. What do you think? Okay. So you have it. Thank you. All right. So the thing is, you need to start learning how to keep records because record keeping is very important. It's going to help you to write, and it's going to help you to write very well. If you attend to customers, please learn how to record how many customers, maybe not even exact, but somewhere an approximate, a range of how many people you are attending to and how many people you are helping. So that will help your essay writing skills. That's going to help your CV writing skills. And the community involvement can go beyond you helping somebody to learn how to write to make money. You can be helping your classmates to pass the exams, not cheating anyways during the exams. You can conduct tutorials for your classmates. That's community involvement. You can choose to say that, well, this hall is beginning to look a bit strange. There are cobwebs here and there. And this is our faculty. You mobilize people in your faculty to clean up the hall. That's what? Community involvement. And all of you who participated in that effort should keep a record of that from how you started to plan about it, how that idea came, how that inspiration came, how you planned it, how you executed it, and what was the impact of that execution. That's how you keep your records, and it's going to help you. Please, let's move on to the next slide. All right, so this is my template for writing winning cold emails or cold emails that get warm responses. All right. I'm going to allow us to look at this briefly because you are going to write a lot of this if you are going to apply for scholarships. All right. Now, a cold email should have a couple of things in it for you to be able to catch the attention of the person you are interested in catching his or her attention. You need to have a subject and a salutation. If you received the email I sent this morning, if you registered, you received the email I sent this morning, can I see your hands up? All right. So when you look at that email, what would you notice? There was a subject to the email. There's a title to the email, right? There's something the email was going to talk about. And then there is a salutation where I said something like, "Dear scholar." Did you get that? And you were happy when you saw it. Like you saw somebody address you as a scholar, you feel happy. You should have a salutation on every email you write. Stop, in fact, never in your life send an email that doesn't have a subject. If you send an email without a subject, uncle, I believe you have gotten something like that before. What did you do, please?
I didn't give attention to that.
That's it. Is the first sign of unseriousness on any email. An email without subject, an email without proper salutation. And these people abroad, they like salutation. Like when you say hello, sir, when you say dear sir, when you say, or like in Nigeria, we say dear sir, dear madam. People abroad, if you can find their first name, they love to see it. Hello, Professor James, or hello, Professor Johnson, hello, Mrs. Like that prof, put in there, that doctor, put in there, and then sometimes add their first name. What that first name does, and which is what I would have done for us today, was to include our names to that email. You would have felt more in touch with me if your name was mentioned in the email. Scholar was good, but Scholar was not the best. I didn't have the time to tag your names on the email line, and you pardon me for that. So your subject and your salutation. Then you need to keep that subject concise and specific but relevant. If you are going to apply for a graduate assistantship, some people will say application for graduate assistantship as the subject of the email. Many of us will be tempted to do that, right? But what will be the other way you can write it that will make it concise, specific, and relevant? How do you add, how do you make it more specific and more relevant? Any idea? If you get it correctly, I give you 5,000. Oh, okay, so two people are trying to try, so they will share the money. Hmm, that sounds like the one I said. Let's try the second part. He might win this money. Who knows?
Graduate assistantship request at the or the send directly that usually not
These are fair tries, but I'm not getting what I want here. Okay, please try. Okay, that's still not exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, okay, okay. That's also looking good. Now all the answers look good, but they are not complete. So I don't know. My hand is not going into my pocket quickly. I don't know. So there's another try. This will be the last one, and hopefully the last person bails us. A very good try. Let's see. Yes. So you see, all of these are like the conventional way people write these things, but you want to stand out in that crowd. And the way you write a cold email that gets a warm response is you stand out right from the subject of the thing. So if somebody is seeing the subject and he says application for graduate assistantship, how many graduate assistantship do you know that that professor has at that point? Which one in particular are you applying for? Now, if you identify the one you're applying for, and let's say 20 other people identify that one you're applying for, say for graduate assistantship in analytical chemistry, and the man knows he has analytical chemistry, what skill do you have that stands you out in that? So that's the way I like to think about the subject of an email. So I try to say, well, I'm applying for this position, but this is who I am that's making me apply. It's not going to be long. If you write it, the first one is going to look very long, but you task yourself to cut down the length of that write-up. And when you do that, you get something very, very concise, very, very relevant that tells the professor what you are looking for from the onset and why the person should take you on that position or in that position. That's the way you write your subject. Now, on the introduction part, that's where you want to write your name. Now, to help us a little bit more, if you are writing an email to a professor, And you know that that professor is looking for mechanical engineers, or that professor is looking for which course? Which course? Pharmacists, right? Okay, so let's say the person is looking for, the person has mentioned in that write of that the person who will fill this position should be a bachelor's degree holder in pharmacy. How do you bring that, your qualification, into that subject? So you can say something like a first class pharmacy graduate student applying for graduate assistantship. Does it make any difference to us? Does it sound clearer? Now, what makes it relevant and what makes it specific is from the description of the scholarship you are applying for or the description of the job you are applying for. That is where you pick the relevance and you pick what makes it really connect with that person. If you look at applications from this sense, you will always get warm responses to your cold emails. Write a cold email and get a cold response. All right. So your introduction. In the introduction, that's where you mention your name. This person doesn't know you. You mention your name there. Then your academic background. Then you can talk about how you came across the person's work. You can talk about what really motivated you to apply for the work. You're also going to have a main body of the work where you highlight your relevant skills and experience. How will you contribute to that research? You see, we are very often, human beings are very, very self centered by nature. A natural human being is self centered. And that's something you have to fight against as a person. And how does that self centeredness manifest? It begins to manifest in you saying, "Oh, I'm applying for a scholarship. I want this scholarship, this, that, 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 that." In the body of your email, you want to tell the person how you will contribute to that scholarship group. Very often, graduate assistantships are done like in groups. So if you have a group and the person has said, "I have like," sometimes you can do a very detailed work and then come up with a very detailed email. You can look at the group and look at the professor's profile. You see his core strengths. And there is something you have that is relevant to that group that a professor doesn't have. You can highlight it here. And that is how you're going to contribute to the growth and to the perfection of that thing. So when you begin to think of yourself not as how will the scholarship help you, but how you will help the scholarship group. That is when you now begin to highlight your relevant skills, you begin to highlight your relevant experiences. The person who thinks of how the scholarship will help him will be highlighting how he needs money, how his parents are poor, how he wants to lift his family out of poverty. All of those are good, but that's not what will give you a scholarship that's merit based. I repeat, how for your parents I will not give you a scholarship that is merit based. The only thing that will give you a merit based scholarship is merit. If the merit is going to be academic, show academic merit. If the merit is going to be publications, show your publications. You know how they say show your workings? Show workings in math those days. You will just jump, bam, answer, two. Then one of our math teachers then, spirit man, uncle, you remember him? It'll be like, where are your workings? He didn't do anything. So 0.5 mark for that question because he didn't show workings. So you show your workings and you show how you contribute to that research group. Then after the body, you need to also learn how to close your emails. And you need to learn how to conclude. So ideally, when I write emails, the last part of the email should remind people of what you want them to do. You see the email I sent across this morning. Towards the end, I said, "Oh, don't forget to share this with this, and that." That's the other thing I wanted you to do that is now relevant to me. And when you conclude a cold email, you want to re-emphasize how and why you qualify for that scholarship that you're applying for. The reason you do it in two places is because I don't know how many of us are able to focus for 30 minutes. If you have not been distracted since I started speaking, raise up your hand. I will ask you a question. Though. There's only one person that says she has not been distracted since. So who is going to ask her the question? Let's confirm. Somebody should ask her a question, random question, based on what we have been discussing. Let's prove that she has not been distracted. You volunteer to ask. All right. Please.
Okay, I'd like to ask you the name of the university which you applied in, which you applied in Nsukka Nigeria that you got, you know,
I wasn't thinking about this. What? Okay, describe what happened. Why did I not go to that university eventually? There was what? Okay, we aren't here at the beginning. Is what? No, Skotech is in Russia. Kaust is the name of the university. So a very fair try. So is there anybody who has not been distracted again? Okay? Man in the front. Please ask him one question. We don't get person where they ask questions today. Please.
okay,
I don't know your name, sir.
mention the three categories of scholarship that he has focused on. Three categories to university, government, and institutional scholarships.
University, government, and institutional scholarship. So you have this. And I don't know if it's true that you've not been distracted, but because you got the question correctly, then let's do this. You have this as well. All right. So then let's make progress. Do you know why I asked that question? If you write an email and you don't close that email well, if the email is long, there is a tendency that the person who read that email would have forgotten your first paragraph by the time you get to the last paragraph. Because people are distracted. People in this world are heavily distracted at the moment. Distracted by even you are very, very distracted by comedies, by pranks, by worries of life, by the news of wars, and those trends never finish. In 2022, it was Ukraine and Russia when the war started. It was all over the place. In fact, before that, it was COVID. When that war started, COVID, phased out of the news media. It was Ukraine, Russia, Ukraine, Russia. At some point, it was Israel and Gaza. And all of these things are distractions because somehow every human being takes a side. And the side you take has a way of grabbing your attention and holding onto your mind. So when you write your cold email, close it well. Re-emphasize why they should take you. There are 20 other people, 300 other people, but this is why me should be the person occupying this position and should be the one getting this money that you people are going to share. And that's your code email. If you do this, you will get very warm responses. And I talk from experience. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. Time is gone. So I'm going to rush faster than I used to rush before. We'll finish this particular session in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes. So when you write your SOP, there are a couple of things you must avoid. I've discussed many of these in the process of time. You need to not write without reading. So every time you write an SOP, you apply for a scholarship, learn to read the job profile if you're applying for a job, learn to read the scholarship profile if you are applying for a scholarship. In the profile, that is where you get all this information that will make your essay or make your write-up stand out and very relevant to what you are writing about. Then the other mistake people make that you should avoid after today is submitting generic CVs, submitting generic essays. There are no two scholarships that are the same. Even the scholarship you applied for last year is not the same this year because those who are competing this year are different from the ones who competed last year. You're having a different competition, you need to bring in a different game to be able to win. And let's think of it. If you applied for a scholarship last year and you did not get that scholarship, why do you want to believe that the same document you used, the same essay you used last year, that didn't get you the scholarship, you get you the scholarship this year? It doesn't work that way. So you need to always improve on the things you are doing. Then I want to emphasize on this last one, and then we move on to the next slide. You see, templates. Give me CV template, give me SOP template, give me templates for writing coursework, give me templates for writing tests. And that one I be the cheat for class. Avoid it though. Templates, all the people that you will see who will give you a template for writing CV, somehow, somewhere, their own experience is reflected on that template. And they are not you, and you are not them. If I give you the template of my CV, I don't mean somebody telling you, oh, the section, you should include this in this section of your CV, have this subsection. That's different. But there are people who pick up a template of a CV and they want to force themselves into another person's template. You are your own person, you are different, and your experiences are different. Your experience is what should show up on your CV and your SOP. Please don't over rely on templates whenever you write. And then let's move to the next slide. So some of these things are just some of the bad practices that you must avoid, and I want us to read them. I will emphasize the one that I need to emphasize, and then we'll move forward. So the way I'm going to summarize everything on this, what you are seeing now, is that when you write an essay for scholarship application, you remember how I emphasized record keeping. You remember that record keeping part. Some people will write an essay and begin to tell you about their team. Nobody is asking you for your team in your CV. Nobody is asking you about your team in your SOP. They want you. What do you do? So if we had a team of 5 people that came to clean up this hall, right? Let's say we came here to remove all the cobwebs. We finished removing all these cobwebs, and there are 5 of us. The question is, what was my contribution to that team? Am I the one that initiated the idea? Am I the one that raised funds? Am I the one that went to buy water for the people? Am I the one that did this or did that? What exactly did you do in your team? That's the question that should be showing on your CV and on your SOP. And in fact, on every essay that you write as a person, so long as the essay is looking for you, then give the essay you. Don't give the essay your team when they are looking for you. All right, let's move on to the next slide. The good things. So when you write an SOP or write an essay, there are a couple of things you must do that are good. There is a framework that you should always use when you write. If I'm writing a CV, I use a framework that is 5W here. I'm not going to go into the details of that framework, but there is a video on my YouTube channel that took time to discuss each of these. But my CV should talk about who, it should talk about when, it should address the question of what, address the question of where and why. How you combine these things is the CV first is you, that's you are the who that is talking about. And apart from that, there is a when which talks about when did you get those experiences you claim. I'm just trying to summarize them. There's also a what that talks about what exactly did you do. All right? Don't go and tell them that you help people. Tell them that you helped 200 people. That's quantifiable. Don't tell them that you bought a car. Tell them that you bought a car of this particular make. Describe that car. Don't tell them that you saved cost. Tell them the percentage of the cost saving that you achieved. If you say you saved costs, that could be 1%, it could be 0.5%. But if you save 50% of cost on something, or you developed an optimized process that saves 50% of time, operational time, then yeah, people can begin to engage you and begin to talk with you in terms of scholarships and in terms of giving you funding. So all of these, then the where is where did you do that job that you did? Was it a primary school? Was it a university? Was it somewhere in the Gulf of Guinea? Let's talk about oil and gas a bit. Let me distract you guys. Or was it somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico? Or was it somewhere in the North Sea? Somewhere onshore, somewhere offshore. You need to also capture that in what is called your career summary. And even when you write this can also help you. Then there is something called the STAR approach for essay writing. Have you heard about it before? If you get the answer, you will get something from me. There's one person I'm looking for here, or 2 people. But who is ready to try the STAR approach? You get it, you describe it, something for you. Please, let's make it snappy. Yeah? 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 Correct. So what do we do for him? Then we give him a round of applause. But what? I know that question is not really very common, and because the question we've been doing 2K, right? So let's do 2.5 now because the question is a very tough one for many people. So when you write your essays, write your essay from that STAR approach. Describe the situation, describe the task, describe the actions you took, describe the results that you got. Do you know why I'm giving out this money today? It takes a lot of things, a lot of ability to stand up in the crowd and answer a question, especially when there is a big chance of failure. So it's a reward for being able to stand up and being able to speak. So that's what you do in your essay writing. You can find detailed videos on this on my YouTube channel if you go to Academy of Scholarships and Transitions. But make it flow when you write an essay. Don't write your essays and they are disjointed. Write it in form of a story. Think of every essay writing as though you are telling a story, one step at a time, for each of those steps should connect with the next one. All right, let's move on to the next slide. So this is particularly my template for writing or my framework for writing SOPs, and that is what you should follow. Because time is against us, I think I may consider sharing these slides if we want the slides, so that we are able to go through it. All right. So you do all of these things: your background, your introduction, your main body. In that main body, try to talk about the relevance of your study and why you are choosing that institution and what your career goals are. This is going to work if you are going to apply for admission. But if you are now applying for a scholarship, then you need to understand the scope of that scholarship that you're applying for, because that's why I keep emphasizing you need to learn how to read something before you apply. Don't jump into any application and think, well, oh, because I did it last year, I know what it's going to take this year. Read the instructions. It sounds simple now. Read the instruction before you go and answer one question where you are supposed to answer three. And then you get C and you complain to Uncle Beloved. It's the same thing that happens here. Read the instructions and get all those things very clearly addressed in your SOP. Then you want to move to the next slide, because I want to spend time on networking today, and time is against us because of how we started. So we've been talking about scholarships all this while. I want to tell us how to find scholarships on a daily basis. I get to see maybe one, maybe two. There is hardly a day that comes and goes and I'm online and I don't see a scholarship opportunity. And it was intentionally built to work that way, because I decided to run a scholarship. I decided to win scholarships myself. Then I decided to help others on the journey to winning scholarships. So I had to be at the forefront of seeing scholarships. I'll tell us how I achieved that. But if you combine all of these places here, you see, the websites of universities, that's a good starting point. The websites of scholarship awarding institutions, good starting point. Then, but those two places are limited, because every university will only advertise the scholarships that they have within their own campuses and within their own universities. In fact, within the faculties, you are looking at the section or their website section. The same thing, the scholarship awarding institutions, if you go to Chevlin's website, you're only going to see Chevlin scholarship. They will not put Commonwealth there. They will not put graduate assistantship there. But let's say you begin to move a little bit to relevant social media pages, you begin to move to Google search, you begin to move to social media or scholarship blogs, and then you begin to move yourself to LinkedIn. You see, I called all the other ones social media, but I mentioned the name of that one. You know why? There's a difference between Egbe and Egbe. All social media are not equal. Some are senior to the others, and that's why we are going to talk about LinkedIn a lot today. We are going to use it as a basis for networking, and you are going to really love that. Now, all of these places, if you combine them, you will be seeing scholarships the way I see them. But I may not see scholarships in pharmacy because I am not from pharmacy. I do see some of them, but I see more scholarships from the tech world, the engineering, and all those kind of places, because that's where my base is. So let's go to the next slide. You can snap this, you can keep it. Now, all the steps you need to be able to win scholarships. If you are in year one here, make a commitment of graduating with a first class. It makes life a whole lot easier. I can tell you that it even changes your self-confidence. Like if I'm applying for a job, I feel like, give or take, I'll be one of the top 1% of applicants. Because if you are looking for especially if it's going to be based on academic performance, I should be like in the top 1% at all times. So try to build a very good CGPA that will put you in that level of self-confidence. Then, apart from that, develop your data analysis skills. Uncle will tell you that every research you do in this life is going to involve data analysis. Whether it's quantitative research, whether it's qualitative research, you're going to analyze something, you are going to interpret something when you start writing your findings and writing your conclusions. So if you learn data analysis, it's always going to be a plus. I would have told you the place you can go and learn it, should I? But it's going to sound like an advert. There's one place in Nsukka, former Fidelity Bank, I think. You can't find any other place to learn data analysis. Go there. The person here can tell you more. You can meet him later, the person on Black Street, because he leads his own data analysis course there. Now, volunteer. And when you volunteer, that's your community service. You remember we laid emphasis on that. We will not spend much time on that one. Then gather your documents, international passports, all those things we mentioned. Those are your steps. Now, practice interviews, build your presentation skills. How many times have you heard me do and lose my thought of speech since I started talking? How often? Not very often, right? Then, how many times have you noticed that I speak without looking at these slides? Very often, right? So that's how you present. Some people, and even when you start doing your graduation thesis, don't come to present and use bullet points and fill up the whole presentation slide. And then when they call you, you stand. You back them. Apply, you back your supervisors and your assessors. And this one, that one. And everything is filled up with bullet points. If you have enjoyed these slides today, raise up your hand. This is not the the best of slides that I can do, but this is a good way to start doing your slides. Cut down on your bullet points on slides, please. I beg of you. There's one man in the UK that teaches presentation skills. If you see him lamenting about bullet points on slides, you will realize that these things are. And once you reduce the bullet points, then you begin to think of creative ways of doing your slides. This thing can be customized to be mine. I can say that this is my pyramid of steps to winning scholarships. And you won't find this any other place on the internet. This was developed by me. And these were my thoughts because I decided to say, come, you know what? I'm not going to list these things as bullet points because bullet points are boring to me. I don't like them. So cut down on them. Develop your presentation skills and build your boldness. Don't fear anybody. Look at people's faces when you talk. Practice the things you are going to present so that you don't come and read back to the people. Explain. I can spend more hours talking about these things. And that's the level of understanding you should come to. Let's go to the next slide before we take questions. So improve your writing skills. I've talked about this. Go to the next slide, please. Then here we are. Up next is going to be professional networking. Before that, how many of us have smartphones here? How many of us can scan QR codes here? So let's go to the next slide and you do something for me. All right, so we're going to ask questions. In the process of the question and answer, just scan this QR code that you see here. It's going to take you to a place where you find my LinkedIn profile, where you find my Facebook page, where you find my YouTube page, where you find a whole lot of things about me. My phone number is not there for a reason because. All right, so any questions, please? Speaking, kept calling SOP, but I didn't know the particular meaning because they're different SOP. Okay, so we're already in the question time. This question time is going to last for 15 minutes. Then we'll take a little break and we'll go to the networking session so that we're able to meet up. And the first question is the full meaning of SOP. Who knows? Standard operating procedure. What's your background? Yeah, what's your background? Like your course? Pharmacy. Standard operating. I used to think it was us in engineering that talk about that a lot. So who helps? SOP. We have a baby that came here. Statement of purpose. And that's correct. So there is something called statement of purpose. It's basically an essay where you tell people why you are applying, why they should accept you, how you are the best, da 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 da, all of those things that we discussed in that template there. So is the QR code working? All right, thank you. So if you get there, you can subscribe on YouTube, you can subscribe, follow on Facebook, you can do all of those kind of things. Any other question? Online community, I am going to engage you guys in the question and answer session. It's unfortunate that you're not getting the cash rewards yet, but maybe during this question and answer, you stand a chance of getting something. Online community, the next question after this one will be from the online. So let's have a question here.
You said something about this country, and I've been following you online. And there was a time someone was saying that he made the TV template for either US or UK. I can't remember specifically. So does that mean that there are specific schools that want for TV templates, or is it just that the person was demanding for it that she needs to work in the
Okay, so are you Amuche? Okay, I'm coming back to you. All right, so the thing is, there are in Europe, for instance, there's something they call Europass templates for CV writing. And these kind of templates exist in some countries, but that's not the one I have a problem with. What I have a problem with is that somebody comes to ask for my CV. I give you a sample of my CV, and you, a pharmacist, is in the position of forcing your CV to look like the CV of myself, who is an engineer. Or that engineer there, are you from MEC or from Digitron? You are a Digitron then? Is that not what you guys answer here? Digitron. I used to be in your department some years ago. So somebody from electronics trying to make his CV follow the CV of myself, an oil and gas engineer. That's where I have a quarrel with it. But if the country you are applying to say that this is how we write CV in our country, is usually going to be in terms of the formatting. And then in terms of the subheads, that we have this subhead following after this subhead and following after this subhead. And I mentioned I was going to get back to Amuche because she has been following me for a very long time on Facebook. For a very long time. And when we started discussing this event, she was the first person I saw that reposted the flyer on her WhatsApp status. So, because of that, I think we should do something for her. All right. So let's continue. During the break time, we'll do what we are supposed to do. But you have 5,000 naira from me. Remind me of that. And especially because you came with a baby as well. So, and that baby will get many scholarships. So, any other question online? Let me take one question from you guys. Any question from the online? No question. Come. All right. Let's meet this sister here.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Rosie Aikoma, and I'm a 500 student. Thank you for this session.
Thank
I've
you.
always heard about year scholarship, but here I'm learning about graduate scholarship in the UK and graduate school here. My question is as regards to pharmacy, like the pharmacy profession. I know you said that you are an engineer,
Oh,
you
yes.
might not have so much to contribute.
And we
But I'm
build the
also
world.
interested to the law
Yeah.
to hear what you have to say about it too.
Okay.
So, for foreign students now, after we are done here, we have to go to the process of internship for 1 year and then NYSC. So, I want to know what's your advice? Because I know that people always advise that you do the internship to be the registered pharmacist in Nigeria, even though you want to be. But then, what's your take on also like leaving NYSC and then just going for that after internship? That's the question.
No, I believe every pharmacy student wants the answer to this question. Uncle. I've done a table here.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Life is all about what you want and where you want to be. Some people want to be political and politically relevant to achieve. That's their long-term plan. Being House of Assembly member, senator, rep. Some individuals will insist on doing the NYS to have that ability. However, I also want to say this. For me, I have my own plan. I have my own to how
The water. So,
if you have worked so hard, if your plan is to go outside the country, do your postgraduate studies, get job, get more globally recognized and visible, I can tell you that with or without NYSC, you're going to be doing that. So, what is that that will make your life relevant and add value to what you've been doing? And that is the key for me. I want to advise the pharmacy student. Once you are done with your pharmacy program, try as much as possible within that period, even before that time, to build yourself, develop yourself. Enroll into internship if you have to do that. But once opportunity comes knocking, I tell you, disengage from every of these things and then go and answer international call. You know that there is provision by Pharmacist Council of Nigeria that from abroad you can come and write exam and be a registered pharmacist in Nigeria. So you've not lost anything. Then NYSC, you can go after if your call is a permanent call abroad. You don't need NYSC. If it's a short one, when you come back, you ask the ministry, I want to serve now, where can I serve? But don't use because of NYSC or internship to miss a golden opportunity that you've prepared yourself for over a long period of time. Thank you.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I want to add so he spoke to the pharmacy students, right? I want to speak to all of you. When I finished my masters in Russia, I had this friend who remained in Russia. He's there permanently. He's from Ondo State. He remained there. When we came back, we were serving. And I'll tell you a funny story. And this was a professor in this UNN. I won't call his name because we are transmitting online. So my friend took me to his house. He used to be a professor for my friend. So my friend took me to his house. I had come back from Russia. This was 2017. So we got there, and the man said, formal introductions. The man now said, "Young man, why did you come back here?" Imagine that question. I didn't prepare for it. I wasn't thinking about it. But this was a professor, and from his looks, he became a professor at a relatively young age. He said, "Why did you come back here, young man?" I tried to do. He gave him an answer. He said, "Okay, that you have to go back." And I'm quoting his words. He said, "You have to go back. That the only time you should come back to this country is if you have become a citizen of another country." Look, Nigeria is not soft, though, like I tell you. When I now got the scholarship that's funding my studies now, I was working in Lagos, as I mentioned. I was speaking with one of my colleagues because then an oil and gas exploration and production company was considering me for a job. So I told him, Mr. Kevin is his name from Delta State. He said, he called my name, said, "Leave the devil alone." And I'm quoting him. So I believe you get the point. If an international opportunity comes calling, grab it with every strength that you have. Go there. If it is NYSC, some people here probably know my wife. She has not done it. So when she will do it, she will probably come back and do it when she's on when she's what do they call that leave again? Sabbatical. You understand?
Sorry, online people.
Online.
I'm missing out the audio.
Yeah.
The audio.
Sure. What's happened? Hello, online. So if there are any other questions, let's see who is raising hand and who is not raising hand. Online. I don't understand you people today. What's going on? I am offline.
No, the offline.
Uh-huh.
That's the server, so to speak.
Yeah, okay. I think my server was connected. My system has been connected to something. What's the server name, please? Please, somebody that knows the details of the server. should help me connect it. I was connecting to my, yeah, now I see. So it was connecting to my hotspot. No, the phone switched off. Let's connect to this one, it will work. Who knows the details? Please. Okay, we can. Uh, well, online community, we can benefit, continue benefiting. So ask your question. We'll be answering why we are sorting this out. Go ahead, please, with your question. It can be anyone. The stream app was this. Irene. Okay, please. So this should connect to that, but they will need to be on the same Wi-Fi.
If you want a transcript that the wrong date of birth and institution refused to do anything about it, if you going to pose as an issue, so then correct.
Wrong date of birth, and the school refuses to correct it. Me, I don't. It's going to be a problem, I would say, but I don't like to think about the problem. I like to think about the solution. So if the date of birth is wrong, how do we resolve it? That's the question. If I don't know if I have the capacity to give legal advice, but I think there is something they call affidavit that you can swear and use it as correction evidence that this was a mistake, or there has to. But the school will be willing to correct it. I think my brother is a doctor. He finished from UNEC. When they wrote his certificate, the name was wrong on the certificate because his name, I think some people spell his name with E, some people spell it without E. So the name was wrong on the certificate and it was corrected. This is what I will advise. Go to the VC's office or the registrar's office and they will be able to sort it from there. When you have big problems in life, work from the top down. Don't meet those people in the small offices that will keep pushing you. Go to the organs at the top. You understand? Try it, and if it doesn't work, then maybe consider using affidavit. Thank you. So please, one more question, and I will go and sort this online thing out. You can ask me your question later personally. Let's take one question from the back. All the people in the front, you can ask me, meet me here and ask in person. Hmm. This person wanted to give me food the other day in this form. How are you? How are you? I remember your face. Please, your question. Yeah. No favor is fine because of time.
Earlier on in the day, I
Okay.
was I was in the Twitter space
Hmm.
with industry that was concerning this master scholarship and PhD scholarship scope.
Yeah.
So someone recommended, okay, let me just go straight to my question. I want to ask, what do you think? Immediately we are done with our undergraduate studies. Should we file for our transcripts? Because I heard it takes time due to bureaucracy over there in our university.
Online, thank you. Okay. The if it takes time, that's why I mentioned planning. Online, can you hear me? Please confirm. I can see Okoro Samuel, Chijioke, and many others. Please confirm that you can hear me. We are back on with you. And I'll take one question from you and we'll move to networking session. So if you are going to take time to get your transcript, please start planning for it in terms of the money and in terms of tying it into the timeline of when you're about to travel. If your travel time or your expected travel time is next month and you want to get transcript this month, eh, you struggle. And this is UNN. This is I used to be a student of UNN. I stayed here small before I traveled, so I know how it works. And my wife is a graduate of UNN, so I know how it works too. Her own transcript, we have not even been able to get it. You understand? So you need to plan it into put it in your plans and work with it. Online, please let's take one question from you guys, and then we can. move to networking. I love that word, networking, and I believe you will like it too. I've taken a break time. Are you still strong? Okay. Online, any question? If you have a question online, unmute yourself and ask your question, please. All right. There's no question coming from online, so let's take the question from this our brother here. I like it. Okay, please. Chidalo, just unmute yourself. I mean, can you guys hear me? Okay, they said they can hear me. Does any of you have any question, please? There's somebody that is talking. Only on wait about because Samuel, are you in the way? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much, sir, for the privilege. We talked about scholarship, as a scholarship. We talked about government funded scholarship. And in the scholarships, I saw Irish government, Swedish government, Swedish government. Let me ask because for someone that wants to, for example, study in the US, does US have like the US government have a funded scholarship?
All how our father of scholarships. And I
Okay.
drive. Now they are the owners of scholarship themselves. You understand? There's something they call Fulbright. That Fulbright is America. Apart from Fulbright, I'll tell you that if you combine all the graduate assistantships in the whole of Europe, they might just be equivalent to the one in the United States of America in terms of number. You know why? Because the United States has the highest number of universities of any other country in the world. So that's it. America, like, is Greenland is full of opportunities.
Okay, then last question. Thank you, sir. Is what about strategies for applying getting government funded scholarships and institutional scholarships? What about participation and registration where institutional bodies? So on the adoptional bodies, I don't know if like maybe an example, you can give an example of such body so that we can.
So when I applied for PTDF scholarship the first time, I did not get it. You know why? They were looking at awards in institutions or institutional awards as a criteria for the scholarship that year. So and the school I graduated from, they know to send you. So you can be. I was the best student in my class. I had the CGPA of 4.98 in my bachelor's. In my master's, I had 5.0. But there was no award from the school to say, come, take this one, we will recognize you. So when I now applied for the scholarship and they said they needed evidence of those awards, it was just the my scholarship award for my bachelor's that I was able to present. The secondary school ones, they said they don't need it. Because in secondary school we had them like, plenty. Shalom was giving us. We had them. So, but the guys said they didn't need those secondary school ones. And there was one person, he was a graduate assistant in this engineering. He was one of the people that got PTDF that year. Now, very lucky for me, the next year they replaced that thing with memberships of professional bodies. I think in my time it was 6 points for PTDF. Many other scholarships have those values. So what you do is identify the ones that are relevant to your field. In my field, we do Society of Petroleum Engineers. It's not a secret society, it's a Society of Petroleum Engineers. That's the conference I was attending in Lagos just last week. And then there's Nigerian Society of Engineers. I believe Uncle Beloved, don't mind me, don't call him Uncle, he's doctor. But he understands when I call him Uncle because it has a deeper meaning for me and him based on where we are coming from. So you can ask him for the ones that are for pharmacists. If you're an engineer here, go and register with Nigerian Society of Engineers. Every engineer and most other professions can register with the Nigerian Society with the Society of Petroleum Engineers. Join one of those things or a couple of them, and you will be fine. Now, that will be the last question for the scholarship session. And we, uncle, time is against us. Can we run, or you people are tired? Okay, all right. Thank you.
Please, I think we need to appreciate him for this. Thank you very much. I can tell you that this kind of workshop is one to pay huge sum of money to learn. And I'm glad that a son is behaving like a father, teaching us information that will help the generation we are into. Austin, I think you've been giving my students, I think there is palm there for me because you give me my own palm.
Certainly.
I want time of patience so I can have
You deserve a
what
lot.
to do.
Yes.
Okay. Um, before he comes up again, just stretch yourself.
I
Then
think
stretch your legs, stretch your
that's what they go to.
vertebral column.
Can we bring it in? So,
And
uncle,
refresh your body.
uncle, my in-law brought some water.
Okay.
Maybe they could drink
Sounds
for
good.
it. So,
And then he has a good in-law who brought some water for the participants.
a barrister in law. So if you
Barrister.
need legal advice, you follow him. You
No.
follow him. Please, can you follow him? Bring some water from there so that people can
I
drink and
saw
everything
from
is
administration, those from national, those from linguistics, those from various. You want to talk? Okay, say something. Then you will have sense of scholarships.
Yeah, it looks like.
This girl is not protected. God bless you. Identify your professional body register. For those in the pharmacy, um, right now, please help her. Right now, a pharmacist trained here in USA, but he's doing mistake in focus. He's a graduate assistant or doing graduate assistantship. And so he called me and said, he wants to be a member of NAPA, Nigeria Association of Pharmacists in academia. He's working there in the US. So when I went through the pilot, I'm the chairman of NAPA UN. When I went through the pilot, I saw that we have three categories of membership. And then we fitted into one, that is honorary membership. And so I really want to do and did it. And so I was sending email recognizing him officially as a member, taking away from them. Because I guess probably he needed one or two things, portion of professional membership. So take note of that as soon as you're graduating, then enroll into this membership. We also have Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. It's also a professional uh, body for pharmacists. And so those in art and those in engineering, please find your own relevant professional bodies and then affiliate with them. And so this is the water. How is it going to be shared?
Maybe there's one person that was sharing food here very well that day.
Okay.
Hello, I don't know you. Please, can you help us? Come. There's a good reward for you for helping us. She was
Okay, so sharing
she
food
was
very
offering me
well.
food that day that I came. I said I'm okay.
Okay.
She said eat. I said I'm okay. Please, I don't know. You can take some people and help distribute those things across. So
Thank you so much,
bring one bottle
our
water
in-law,
for Uncle.
for the water. We appreciate it. We appreciate
Sit
it.
down, please help us.
And all these things being done is not scholarship. This money he has been given is not scholarship. As in somebody funded him. It's a personal money. It's a personal money. And so I think we also should learn from that. When God blesses you and have something, make sure that you share with people. Share your knowledge, not just knowledge, share your resources. Austin, we are very grateful. And I think before we end the session today, we talk more about maybe job successful
Yes.
and other people that can help you advance your profession. So I hope you will regain strength to
Yeah.
continue.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. I know that, I don't know, maybe I should say that I'm a combination of maybe an introvert and extrovert. Sometimes I like to be very calm, but when I want to talk about things I'm passionate about, I hardly get tired. So you might get tired before me. If you become tired of listening, raise up your hand, indicate that you're tired, and then we'll know what to do. Now, there are a couple of things that we'll do today, and I want to pre-announce it. You see, when we were planning this event, we wanted to use PAA for the event. But FAMC, the dean of FAMC, decided to give us this place for free. And because of that, personally, I felt like, well, there are two FAMC students that I'm going to do something good for today. Yeah, it's not this one we are sharing money now. We are going to give them something relatively bigger than what we have been given. I have identified one, and Uncle is going to help me identify the second person. And because this is a public place, if something is significant, you don't mention the significant thing, right? Makade Mama. So let's talk about networking. Networking. The slides will continue to move. Online people, I trust you people that you are hearing me because I know you can. So you do this and you come here. So once you do this. So what is networking? This engineer from the electronic engineering, I know we network a lot in that department. Describe networking for us. Nice. In terms of how you want to describe it.
I know networking is very just connecting, but in social sense, it's about connecting with people. That's the simplest sense.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's like the correct answer in simple terms. So since he's the only engineer here, I think he needed to get something so that when you go there, tell them there was one runaway digitron that came here to talk to people today. Now, networking. One of the biggest challenge that many people have is building relationships. And why is it challenging for most people? Because many people have stage fright. And in addition to having stage fright, many people they find it difficult to initiate conversations. If you are the one starting the conversation, they can tag along, but they find it difficult to start conversations. And sometimes when you see people who are very exceptional in speaking, exceptional in networking, many of the people were not born with a talking gene. They developed that skill by themselves. So speaking is a skill as much as networking is a skill. And networking goes beyond just the skill of building the relationship. It touches on the skill of managing that relationship. Now, many of you would wonder, how is it that I knew him in 2006 and we are still in good terms today? When we talked about scholarships, I forgot to tell you people that recommendations are very powerful because we are rushing. And how do you get recommendation? By building what? Good relationships. So when we think about networking, we are not talking about networking today as me relating with him or me relating with him because it's a web. And when you begin to look at it as a web, that's when you get the full benefits of networking. I didn't know most of you here before now, but I knew him. And through him, I am getting to know most of you. And that's the way networking works. You can know one person who brings into that network a whole lot of other people or a whole lot of other resources. But if you think of networking in the sense of, oh, I'm just going to know this person and then we're going to keep that tiny relationship. I'm just going to keep talking with this person, then you'll be missing out because behind that person you are speaking with is a huge, massive opportunity to get to know more people, to get to connect with more people that will be very profitable to you. And why am I passionate about networking? Because when I finished my master's in Russia, I came back to Nigeria. I didn't know anybody in the oil and gas industry, like on a personal level. And I don't know. There was somebody from the Niger Delta here. Can I see your hand up again? Or he's gone? When they look for you, don't be found missing. Oh, he's not here anymore. So because they understand oil and gas and how it operates more. So I wanted to ask him a question. But the way oil and gas companies operate in Nigeria or the industry, it's like, pardon my language, but it looks more like a cult in terms of you need to either know somebody or you need to think out of the box in order to break into that industry or be exceptionally good. In my case, I had an exceptionally sound academic background, but I had a very, very low knowledge of anybody in the industry. So when I came back to Nigeria, I did something. I told myself that, look, you needed to understand the way the industry thinks in Nigeria. And what was the best way of understanding how the industry thinks? I needed to get close to somebody in the industry. And very fortunate for me, I found a man who was offering training. Okay, I'm telling you a story now, but keep following that story. So I found a man who was doing oil and gas software training. So I was doing youth service in Akwa Ibom then, and the man was based in Port Harcourt. So I got in touch with him. I said, well, I want to take this course. He said the course is a 3-day course, and the cost is 80,000 naira because I was a couple. I said, okay, I'm willing to come. In the end, I was going to install that software myself. The software cost like 95,000 naira. Eventually, I spent close to 200,000 to get that software and the training. But why was I spending that money? To him, I came to learn the software. All right? But that was just one part of what I went there to do. I wanted to understand how the industry thinks in Nigeria. And that was my open door to understanding how that industry works. And the man I talk about, I still met him in, I won't go into some other details because he doesn't like me talking about them. But I still met him in Lagos. That was on Tuesday afternoon, stroke evening. And we still have a very good relationship. What am I trying to say? There are times when you graduate as a student and you need to understand how your industry thinks, how people behave in your industry, who can recommend you to people in your industry and it has weight. In oil and gas, there are people that when you come for an interview and you mention that you worked under them, you stand a high chance of getting that job because the industry knows them. These are like the oracles of the industry. And I believe even in pharmacy, there are people like that. I know a man who was a professor, I think from Benue State, he used to be a professor in pharmacy here. His daughter was my primary schoolmate, and I know that the man was he's very powerful in pharmacy in Nigeria. I think he's gone from UNN to join NAFDAC also. But he's very powerful. So why do you need all of these people within your network? Because they can change your life with a phone call. And they don't need to be your father. And I'm making this assumption that most of us here do not have strong family members that will put you in places that you need to be. So if you're like myself, who would have to like go through life by himself somehow with, prayer support or family members, then you need to pay close attention to the things I'm going to say now. Let's move to the next slide. All right. So when people think about networking, I've been talking about somebody who is very senior to me, who was able to help me. But I even need all of you here in my network. And that's why I discuss networking in a pattern. And that pattern is what I call SMJ. I think there's a filling station somewhere at the back that answered SMJ. So if you forget this thing I'm going to say now, think of that filling station, SMJ. Oh, okay, MNJ. MNJ. Okay, okay, I see. So the SMJ is for us. We take what is it called again? Copyright ownership of this one. So S in this case will stand for your seniors. M will stand for your mates. J will stand for your juniors. Uncle is my senior, right? And we have a very good network between ourselves. Some of you here are my juniors, and we can have a very good network between ourselves. The benefit you have of this network is that I give you something you don't know. So you can look up to me as somebody who you can refer to, ask questions, and you get answers to your questions. That's if we're able to establish a network. And that's why that barcode was important to scan, because that's the only way you can access, well, one of the ways you can access me after this point. Because by Saturday, we can keep quiet. All right, so your seniors. Why do you need your seniors in your network? Your seniors, and this cuts across whether you want to do business, you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to work, you want to apply for scholarship, anything you want to do, you need your seniors in your network for a reason. Your seniors are the market of today. They are the ones that have money. They are the ones that can pay for your services. They are the ones that are in authority. They are the ones that can put you in places. They are the ones that can, what again, open doors for you. They are the ones that can tell you the inside story of how the industry works. That's why you need them. And they are not going to be the ones chasing after you. You will be the one chasing after them, running after them every now and then. So if I ask us this question now, does anybody here still speak with his or her secondary school teachers? Who will show evidence? Who? Who has evidence to back up? What's your evidence? WhatsApp chat. What did the teacher teach you? Physics. And you're in pharmacy. I see. Okay. Who else? I want somebody that is not wearing white. Now, somebody has evidence online. Who is that person online that has evidence? The person not run. So, not okay. Yes. Your school principal. Any evidence? What's the evidence? She's okay. Ah, okay. So because you have evidence, then let's do how many now? Let's do 2K for you. Somebody with evidence. Do you know why I'm saying this? It's because you need to learn that relationships have to be continuous. Don't think of relationships as something that come and go. There is noise everywhere. So don't think of relationships as something that comes and goes. You have a question or what? You have evidence. We'll get back to you. People at the back. I used to like the back bench when I was in secondary school, but I wasn't always making noise. So you have to connect with those seniors for the reasons I've given. Why do you need to connect with your mates? Because your mates are the people who are pursuing the same thing that you are pursuing. So they are seeing the same opportunities you are seeing. And then I believe that after this point, because your mates are learning to offer help, like this our sister here, they are going to show you opportunities when they see them. And because you are on the same journey, when you see the same opportunities, you apply together. You help one another. You hold up each person's hand, and that's how you develop very solid things as applications. The other reason you need your mates is because your mates are more likely to be the market for tomorrow. Your mates and your juniors, they are the markets for tomorrow. And I can tell you, there are people who are senior today, they are making money, and because of that, they are buying, they are active, they are in positions. Tomorrow, next tomorrow, those people are going to retire. They are going to retire. Some of the professors that were in UNN here when I was here, many of them are gone now. They are retired. And like Dr. Okafor was not a doctor when I knew him. He's not my mate, he's my senior. But he's a young senior that was growing. And today he's a doctor. Today he has influence in UNN. If I did not maintain good relationship with him, because then he was my chemistry teacher, we will not be here today. And you will not be hearing me talking to you today. today. So think of your future. If the market for today goes away, who is replacing that market? Who are you going to be selling to? And when I say selling, don't think of selling as just a market of granite and plantain chips. Think of selling as you selling your skills. You can sell your skills, even speaking skills. People charge a lot of money to go do public speaking. So any skill you have, learn to sell those skills. And those are some of the two dimensions that are outside campus that we are talking about today. You are here on campus and education should be three dimensional. What you get very often within the four walls of the university is one dimension of education. That is book. Learning, reading, writing, defending, passing exam. Those are the things you get within the school. But beyond the university, you are going to need networking skills and you are going to need marketing skills. You see, I've not come here to tell you a biography of myself, but somewhere in between in the conversations, you're already getting to know me. If you leave this place today, I can assure you that you will think about me today, tomorrow, and at least next tomorrow. One of the things I said today will reflect on your mind. If not my educational background, it will be this or it will be that. And that is marketing, even when I am not intentionally doing it. But somewhere in between, you have to build that capacity to market yourself, market your skills, tell people about what you can do. But before you start telling somebody what you can do, you need to come close to that person through networking. And that is why we are talking about networking today. I want to remind us again that you need to go global. And I will emphasize on this when we start talking about that special social media platform. Who remembers it? Everybody answers, so there's nothing for anybody. All right, so let's move to the next slide. Your juniors, right? You know what you should do for them? Don't take advantage of them or help them. Help your juniors. Help your juniors because you go get child though, somewhere down the line. If you are not going to be the junior, your child will be their own junior. And life turns around very quickly. Sometimes you have a junior today who, in oil and gas, you can have somebody today working in a servicing company. You in the operatorship side, you are commanding him, controlling him. Tomorrow, life happens. You lose your job. And he moves into the operatorship side. So those documents you used to screen or used to vet after he has created them, now you go to vet your own documents now. That time you realize how quickly life switches. And in psychology, they teach three layers of relationship as well. You can be the superior, you can be on the same level, and you can be the what's it called again? You can be the person, the underdog in the relationship. So your juniors learn to help them. And why will they help you? How will they help you? They are the people who will engage the most on the things or with the things you do. If I write something, if I post this thing here now, I will expect that most of you here who are students will engage more with this than my seniors and my juniors. My seniors, not because they don't like it or not because they are not seeing it. It's just that they don't want to be this person's fanboy. You understand? And it's natural. My seniors should not be my fanboys. If my seniors become my fanboys, then something is not working out well. You get? So learn to build relationship with your juniors. Help them. And as you help them, document the help, and then that is your community service. Does it make sense? All right, so let's move to the next slide. Because of time, we're going to rush. Then we think about the platforms. All the platforms you see here, there are four different categories. There are the alumni groups, there are professional bodies, there are conferences and technical meetings. There is social media platforms. And I'm going to ask us a difficult question, and I expect that somebody will get it. What is the difference between these three categories and the category in black? Who? Okay, let's visit the backbench more. Backbencher. You didn't get evidence that time. Oh. Yeah, tell us. Hmm. Yep. How are you?
Okay, when you graduated from secondary school, you know everything that you class. You all of that's then professional bodies. Now, okay, I don't know, I'm using pharmacy. Esports.
Yeah.
So social media platform. For instance, you can be more confident in social media platform.
And he tried. That's a very good answer. But what he did was to describe each of them. So I give him 1K. He didn't give me the perfect answer. Let's go to the front and see. One more answer. If nobody, if the person doesn't get it, then I'm going to answer it. There was one hand raised here. Was it? Yes, this is the person.
I think the difference between is just that other than for the things that we have affected in the past on social media is like a wider scope of we have affected.
Very close, but not the exact answer. So because of time, let me tell you what it is. Now, yeah, I gave her. Yeah, he's there. I gave her. We are fair. So let me answer it. You see, all these other three places, they are physical. The other one is virtual. Now, but that's not all the difference. The other difference is that most of these other ones will demand additional money from your pocket. The conference I went for in Lagos, I paid 120,000 naira to be able to attend it. I had to fly from the UK to Nigeria. Make I not tell you the cost of flight. But social media platform, the alumni group, sometimes they will tell you to contribute money to do this, to do that, Everything is going to require money. But social media platforms, you are not going to spend any extra money than what you are already spending. Because all of us here are using smartphone, I believe. And all of us here are already buying data into that smartphone. If you don't have data, you can even connect to our Wi-Fi and you'll be using it. So this one is not going to take you much money. And that's why I want to focus on it today. Because if I begin to tell you all the professional bodies you should go and do this and do that, we might take a longer time, but I take social media platform because you can stay in the comfort of this room. You can be lying down on your bed and be networking and be connecting and be doing things. And also because most people are very, very afraid of the social media. Why are they afraid? You think that people are more afraid when they come to talk to people in person, but they are even more afraid to post anything on social media because they are afraid of criticism. And when they only post things that are frivolous. They only post their picture for what one man calls vanity metrics. For the likes, for the comments, vanity. Likes, comments, vanity. It doesn't help you to achieve anything. But when you now tell them to talk about their profession, post something professional, something that people can learn from, they run away. Why are they running? They are afraid that people are going to criticize them. Those who know better than them will criticize them. Want to deliver you from that fear today. And by the time we are done, you go and take LinkedIn very seriously. And I'm going to tell you stories along the line. Let's go to the next slide, please. All right, so why are we talking about LinkedIn? All the other social media platforms, you can do a lot on Facebook, do a lot on Twitter, do a lot on Pinterest, do a lot on whatever, Instagram, anything. But I don't want to talk about all those distractions. You can even do more on TikTok. I'm also on TikTok, by the way. But LinkedIn, and that statement was marketing as well. Did you notice it? Did you notice that I'm also on TikTok is marketing? Were you expecting it? Do you know it sank into your subconsciousness? Do you know that some of you are going to search for me on TikTok after this time? Do you know that you will not find me as Augustine on TikTok? Do you know that you find it as ASAT? And that's complete marketing I've given to you. So LinkedIn, let's focus. Now, on LinkedIn, you have people, users from 200 countries of the world. So you can stay here and connect with somebody in the United States of America. And that person will do things for you that you will never imagine. Now, if instead of even sitting down to write cold emails, why don't you just go and warm that cold email up by finding that professor on LinkedIn? Because most of them are there. Most of them abroad, they are there on LinkedIn. So instead of just sitting behind your computer and hiding under your jacket and finding something cool, why not go and warm it up on LinkedIn by connecting with the person? And why is it going to be warmer? Because when you connect with that person on LinkedIn, you already can see your profile, your capabilities, your strengths, your weaknesses. And when you even submit an application, you already have one leg into that person's heart. And human beings are very, very emotional, all of us. In fact, my pastor used to tell me those days that emotion is stronger than knowledge. I'll preach small now. And when he used to say it, he was talking about all these boy girl relationship kind of thing. You can feel you are very, very strong until you go close to what makes you emotional. You see how weak you are, whether as a man or as a woman. So he used to talk about it that way, but after I grew up, I began to think about human beings, and I realized that even in professional terms, human beings are emotional. And very often, if you can touch the emotions of a human being, that person is going to be a little bit bent, that person will bend a little bit on his technical criteria towards you. So the professor who you are meeting on email alone, if you are able to get to know that person or position yourself the way we are going to discuss today, that person will become emotionally inclined towards you. And when the person sees your application, he will not only be judging you on the basis of your technical capabilities, he will be judging you on the basis of your human person. That's why you want to use this platform. There are over 67 million companies on LinkedIn. So if you are going to be looking for a job, LinkedIn is the place where you should be. Too many professors, make we not even count their number self. Then, if you want to be an entrepreneur, why should you be on LinkedIn? Because a greater percentage of the people who use LinkedIn are able to earn significant amount of money to pay you. 44% of LinkedIn users in the United States earn over $75,000 a year. That number is too high for Nigeria because we don't pay that amount of salary here. But I can also tell you that if you go to LinkedIn, on the average, LinkedIn users earn more on the average than Facebook users because it is in quotes professional networking platform. So they are mostly professionals there. So you break into it. The more interesting part is the other one. Many users spend just 17 minutes per month on LinkedIn. If you have opened LinkedIn today, raise up your hand. Okay, so because of this event, you see, huh? So if you open LinkedIn today, let's be truthful. If you open LinkedIn today for something else apart from this scholarship, those two people at the back, please, you can stand and talk even when the mic has not gotten to you. Stand up and tell us what you did on LinkedIn. Shout, oh. You're going to collaborate with. On what? On website. That's very good. That's a good way to use LinkedIn. Please, 2K for her. Now, if you come to this platform, many people just rush in and they rush out. You know why? It's not full of frivolity. Sabinus no day there. Do you understand? Brain jotter is not there. Don't you understand? So there is nothing to consume your time. They come in there and they look at somebody is writing, the professor they talk, professional, they paint them for head like what is going on. They run away. But when they go to Facebook and Instagram, then go there, the phone will be browsing until they sleep off. Playing videos, frivolities. We need to cut down on those frivolities and focus on things that are more productive. Let's go to the next slide, please. So, if you become one of those who are active on LinkedIn, you very quickly become a distinguished LinkedIn user and a very popular person on LinkedIn because most people don't use it. If you do what we are saying today, you become easily noticeable. Now, how do you use these professional platforms for networking? And this is in networking in general. You need to first define the purpose of the network from the beginning. You need to know why you are going into this. Are you coming into this networking because there is a trade, there's something you want to offer this person, or there is something this person has that you want, or there is a mutual collaboration that two of you need to go get in or get on in. All of those are the things you need to define. Then you need to select your industry. At some point, at this point of my life, I'm trying to be more open to every industry, right? Because I've gotten the foundation within my own industry such that if I need anything in oil and gas today, there should be somebody I can write an email to or send a LinkedIn message or a WhatsApp message and get that thing. Whether it's in Nigeria or I think recently I started trying to move a bit into Thailand. But whether it was in the US, it was in Canada, United Kingdom, Nigeria, at least I should have somebody in the oil and gas industry that I can send a message to and get a response from the person. That is networking. And because I had to define my field. But now I'm beginning to spread my arms more wider than everything. What I've always done is I accept connection requests from everybody, but I streamline the connection requests I send out on LinkedIn. But these days, it's becoming more open for some reason. So you understand your position in the network. Are you the thought leader? Are you the person who is learning the upcoming thought leader? Anything. But you need to understand your position because that defines how you progress. Then, because we are focusing on LinkedIn, I want to tell you something about the LinkedIn search function. I was going to do a demo, but we don't have time. So if you have LinkedIn here, pick up your phone, open LinkedIn, go to that search bar, and I'll be talking while you are doing that. This is the most powerful function built into LinkedIn, and I'll tell you why. Does anybody know? I don't think so. The reason this is the most powerful is because with this search function, you can almost narrow down to whoever you want to meet. If I want to speak to professors of pharmacy in the United States of America, in Texas, in University of Austin, I can narrow down to that level of search here, if you know how to use it. Time will not permit us to do a demo, but there is another video on YouTube where you can watch and learn how to use it. But this is very powerful, and you must learn how to use it. Then let's move on to the next slide because of time. Now, if you are looking for a scholarship or a job on LinkedIn, you need to learn how to position yourself. Learn how to position yourself. The first thing you must do is to optimize your profile. If anybody gets the correct answer to profile optimization here, right now, 3,000 naira. Let's try. She has raised her hand before. I jumped her, so let's try her. Correct answer, 3K.
Okay. When you do profile optimization, it means put put out everything you want that you are reaching out to, anybody you're reaching out to see, such as your, for me, I'm a student,
Yep.
and my school, positions I hold in relevant organizations,
Mm-hmm.
and then things I've done that I want people to see.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. Uncle, you people are doing very wonderfully well in this pharmacy.
Thank
They are just taking my money, answering every question correctly. What's going on here? So when you do profile optimization means that you put your profile in such form that the people can see who you are, what you can do, why they should engage you for those things, and what you are looking for. If you go to my profile, you will see all of those things there. The only one you may not see is what I do currently, like the job I currently do. You won't see it there, and it's for a reason. All right, but you are supposed to have your profile well optimized. Not just go snap picture, find picture, put that, then run away. My profile is optimized. For where? That's just the beginning. If you have a very good picture, but then that's just step one on profile optimization. She sounds like somebody who will be able to teach pharmacy students how to optimize their profile. So take note of her. I don't know. Are you 500 level? Okay. Senior. Follow them all. Then after you've optimized your profile, the thing you want to do is because you are using LinkedIn, try to be purposeful. You understand? We have been talking about purpose, plan, think forward, all that. When you think of the future and why you want to be in that network, then you begin to cut down on your random connection requests that you send out. Accept every good connection request too, but be careful with the randomness of how many you send out. I will not just come out on LinkedIn and say, "Pam, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, LinkedIn connection request, fiam, fiam, fiam." At the time I was starting, because at that time I wanted to build a base of recruiters and a base of oil and gas professionals. In oil and gas, I was specific about well engineers and drilling people because that's where I wanted to be. And I wanted to be in such position where there is no job in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria that doesn't come through my front. I have to see it. You know why you need to see the jobs and the scholarships? Because you can't win if you don't apply, and you can't apply if you don't see it. Does it make sense? And that's why you need to do all of these things. So you personalize your invitations. I believe you know what I'm talking about. Uh-huh. So don't just come and send spam connection request. But LinkedIn has gone back to do something very strange and cunning. They reduced the number of connection requests you can send per month to 4. Did you notice that? All right. So how do you now gain access to these people that you are going to use personalized connection invites to reach? That's where you take advantage of other people's network through engagements. So if I want to connect with the CEO of or or managing director of NMDC today, and I have exhausted the number of personalized connection requests I want to send, I will not just come and send him one connection request without any personalization. What I will do is I will go to the comment section of a post he has interacted with and then show myself there in a very meaningful way. Because once I comment on a post he has commented on or one that he has wrote, LinkedIn they gossip well. They will tell him that this person has commented. Then he will be tempted to go and look at my profile. Then when he now runs in to look at my profile, he will see my connection request by his side. You know, double action. They're touching the emotions of the man, and he will connect with you in most cases. So that's how you take advantage of other people's comments or posts. But constructive commenting, you can comment if you want to comment. You are welcome. So constructive commenting is you don't just come to somebody's comment section and say hi and say thank you. That's not constructive enough. When you do constructive commenting, what you do is that you try to extend that conversation. And if you have heard me talk about networking before, the example I give people normally is the example of climate change. If somebody is writing about climate change in the United States of America, and I love the post, and then I want to comment constructively on that post, what I'll do is that I'll come there and tell him, oh, Mr. This, and this, and this. I'll tag him to it and then say, thank you for this post or for this insight. This, and that. Well, that in Africa or in Nigeria, where I come from, because of climate change, we've not had rain in the past 2 weeks. Is that correct? I'm not saying you should make up things, so I'm just trying to give an example. Or that because of climate change, we now have more flooding activities in the deltas. So they can now see the impact of climate change in another continent, not the one he has discussed. So I'm extending that conversation. I'm stretching the conversation to cover other places. That man is going to like that comment, most likely. And I'm not just going to write the comment, I will tag him and say, thank you, Mr. You know how to use that app to tag people. You know it? So I'll write, thank you, at, because I need the person's attention. I need to do something that is unconventional. I need to get the attention of the person whose attention I'm looking for. So I tag him so that if LinkedIn does not send him message that I commented, LinkedIn will send him message that I tagged him. Again, double action. And that's how you get the attention of these big men. I needed the attention of one CEO in the UK because I wanted to work in his company. So he wrote a post because we were going to have an election and there was always this divide in terms of the energy, whether they should move completely to renewable energy and all that. And he leads a trade union. So he wrote a post about that. I went there to write comments. It was a bit political. I said, well, that I think we should leave the politicians and target the people, the populace. Because the politicians will always dance to the tune of the population abroad, or not here. Here, then the first you may dance to their tune. So, but if in that part of the world, if the general population wants the government to go renewables, then the government, the politicians are going to start campaigning renewable, because that's what the people want. If they don't do it, they will lose the election because it's going to be free and fair. All right. So if you focus your attention on trying to change the politicians' policy, you are wasting your time. And that was like the summary of my comment. He came back to reply to that. Due to the connection request, I think the same day he came back with the connection request. And I'm talking to a very big man in the UK. You know, offshore energy in the United Kingdom is a very massive organization. In that sense. So then, at some point, you have to think about yourself as going from consuming to creating. If you have posted something educative on LinkedIn here today, or in the last 1 week, or this week, raise up your hand. Something educative is not got people who just educative, something that can somebody can read and learn something. You, somebody is raising hand there. Oh yeah, answer quick because time is against us. There is one blessing. I saw one video that one blessing from to did yesterday. I don't know her in person, but if you are here, raise up your hand, please. There was one short video that was advertising this event yesterday. Who is that blessing? She's in what? She's in practical round. Let's hope that it's also a fun to close of the video. Go ahead. What did you put? Okay. Mm. Okay, so PK for you, but you will show the person behind you evidence. If he doesn't show you evidence, tell him I don't collect my money. All right, so I don't know. Yes, okay. But let's continue. So then, after you've done all these things, make sure you are connecting with professors if you want to get scholarship. Connect with professors, connect with doctors, connect with associate professors, connect with all those people because they have the powers and they are managers of the opportunities you are interested in. Looks like the thing. I know his face. Okay, so the thing you want to do is that you connect with people who manage the opportunities you are interested in and people who own the opportunities you are interested in. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? The people who manage the opportunities you are interested in, this is like the thing. So standing ovation, please. Why are people sitting down here?
Good evening. Good evening, sir. Good evening, my friend. So we cherish your presence
Thank you, sir.
and we value what you are contributing to the growth of the program.
Thank you, sir.
To build good network, to make right decision at this time so that we'll be able to get scholarship, get connection, and grow. So we value what you're doing this evening. That's why I have to come to say hello to my cherished student. You know I value you so much. I value you so much, and I was about to in and said no. My students are here. I need to, and also our visitors. And unless that we have others joining us from other faculties, we value that you are here this evening. Others will choose to be at different places, but you have chosen to be here. I want to say that you have made the right decision to participate in this program. Be attentive, ask questions, ask the right questions, learn and connect so that you grow. In life, it's always a seed time and a harvest time. Today, it is a seed time. Is that okay? After this meeting, you think that nothing has happened. A lot would have happened at the end of this meeting. I wish you well. Continue to invest in yourself, develop yourself, build the network, the right network, and then you grow. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, bro. Thank you very much. And just before he leaves, I want to tell you that if not for him, you'll not be learning all these things that you're learning today. He gave us this hall completely free. And I've seen Nigerians, and when I see a good Nigerian, I know one. I think from my first impression of knowing him and him giving us this hall, I think pharmacy department is very, very lucky. And you guys, please do the best you can. And let's appreciate it very much. Thank you very much, Steve. We appreciate it. All right. So I said connect with the people who own and the people who manage the opportunities you are interested in. You remember when you asked your question, I said work from the top down. You understand? And that's the way I like to operate sometimes. If I am interested in something and I know the person who owns that thing or who is managing that thing, I go and connect with that person and I talk to the person. Because if the person says yes, then the door opens. It's just a simple instruction that runs from top to bottom. You know how things fall. Science students will know that going up is harder than coming down because you are working against the laws of nature. nature says go from up down is easier. So when you are working, when you are networking, find those who are in control of the opportunities you are interested in, and then network with them. Start from there. If you are looking for a teaching job, for instance, don't go and start waste all your time talking to fellow teachers there. They have their own place because they can tell you how the system works, and that's why networking is 3 layers, right? But the key decision makers are going to be the principals and those who own that school. If you can find them, go talk to them. The advantage LinkedIn gives you is that the offices I couldn't enter in Lagos, in 2016, I went with him, my in-law here. We went to Lagos, wanted to gain access to ExxonMobil, somewhere along Lekki Ekpe Express. So we couldn't go through. We stopped at the gate. There was one man from Nsukka. I won't mention his name, because I won't mention his name, but he used to work for ExxonMobil. He later moved on to NMTC. We wanted to see him that day, but the security wouldn't let us in. If I knew what I knew about LinkedIn today at that time, I know they go follow security talk. He doesn't have what I'm looking for. He's working under instruction that says block everybody, don't let them in. So I'm going to go and talk to the person who gave him the instruction, who owns what I'm looking for. And LinkedIn gives me access to all of those, most of those key decision makers. And that's why you want to start using that platform. Don't go to waste your time with Sabino. So, eh, me, I block comedians a lot, too. And I'm not their enemy personally, but I want to use my time to do something productive. So that's what I am trying to say. Connect with those who own the opportunities and who manage the opportunities. They are the ones that can put you there. Thank you so much. Then let's move on to the next slide. Now, there is something I call push and pull. This is a marketing concept. It's a concept from marketing. And the concept is, you know how you are pushing now? You are the one going, pushing, spending your energy. The pull is that it's not that you are now drawing rope to pull. The pull is that you create a system around yourself that attracts people to you. So instead of you just ending networking at the point where you are the one sending messages all the time, come to that point where they are sending messages to you. And how do you establish that pull? You establish the pull by creating. You establish the pool by putting yourself out there. You establish the pool by showcasing what you can do, not in an arrogant form, but people should be able to say that when they are thinking of a pharmacist in Nsukka, your name should come up in their minds. And you can do it very quickly, very easily. There is one Nigerian professor in Canada, one doctor, Professor Rita Oji. Who knows her here? Nobody. There is another man, Professor Ndubisi Ekekwe. Who knows him here? Who knows him? What do you know him for? Shout. Okay. So because you are an engineer, that answer doesn't count. So these are two Nigerians who are very vocal on LinkedIn. And if you tell me to tell you today a Nigerian computer scientist abroad, the first person that will come to my mind is Rita Oji. I don't know if she's the best, but she's the one that's taking up the challenge of standing out of the crowd to say, well, I think I know a solution to you people's problem when it comes to computing. And that's why we all know her. So for her, if I have a job somewhere and I'm looking for a computer scientist to do it, who do you think I'll go to? Professor Rita Oji. And that is the pool. She's not having to come and now chase me to say, oh, come and do this one for me. I can do it too. I am the one looking for her because I now know her for that. That is the pool market. In the push, you are always in the inbox. In the pool, you are in the outbox. And I'll talk more about that just shortly. Let's go to the next slide, please, because of our time. So the things you want to do is you need to really understand that your seniors are willing to connect with you. They are not going to be chasing you out. There is this barrier that people seem to have that, oh, if this person is a professor, after all, what can I offer the person? There is this my good friend from Akwa Ibom State. Whenever I talk to her about joining LinkedIn, and probably she's listening, and I'm going to use you as an example if you are. She says, oh, but what has she achieved? What does she know that she will come there and post? Who told you that I don't know anything? What does she know that people will now want to connect with her? You are a pharmacy student, 500 level, 200 level. You know something. You know the laws of physics. You are an engineering student. You are someone from any of the arts, for instance. You already know something. To be in the place you are today, you already know something. And that thing you know, the world wants to know about it. Why is it also important? You've heard people tell you that, well, education doesn't matter. I believe you no longer believe that after that emphasis on building good CGPA. But they will tell you that who you know is what matters. But the point you get to know somebody, you now realize that who you know wants to know what you know. Did you get it? Who you know wants to know what you know. So you don't go into networking with an empty head. You need to know something, have knowledge, have skills, have something that is profitable to the marketplace. And when you have all of those things, then you can begin to build very serious networks. Then package effective invites. We've talked about how you should learn how to write. That also touches on this. And then you have talked about most of these things here. But there is something that I want to emphasize. So you come on LinkedIn and you're sending out connection requests and the people are not connected. Remember, you are focusing on your seniors and you are the one that needs them. If they don't connect, go and follow them. You know there is a follow button there. If you follow them and it's not enough, comment on their. If they comment on another person's post, do what? Follow them there, comment there. And by the time you do it, they notice you for a good reason. You are not commenting and challenging them, you are commenting and showing your value to them. And because they see that value, they will also want to get back to you. If they ignore you, don't mind them. Two people can ignore you and 10 people will connect with you. No, be so. And out of that 10, you just need one person who will be willing to listen to you and your life changes. You don't need 20 scholarships to be a big man or to succeed or to be in the US. You just need one. One. And then you will get that one. Then, the other thing, let's move to the next slide because of time. These are just samples of messages and how you can engage with people, but I'm not going to discuss that. That's mostly important for those who are in business development, but because most of what you see here are business development related. But what I do as a person is if I am changing location, I start engaging the professionals in that location before I go there. When I was planning to go to the UK, I started building my LinkedIn network in the UK from Nigeria, from Lagos that time. And it even makes them accepting easy because they see you as, oh, you are just coming in, they want to help you, they want to be the good professional. So there is an emotional part to it. And that's why I keep emphasizing these things. They work together, they are networks, if you like. All right, so move out of this place to the next slide. And this is also something we already discussed. Move to the next slide. This demo, we are not going to do it. If you want to see this demo, you go to my YouTube channel and you will see it. If there is time again, another time, then we may want to organize a smaller event where we do the demo. And then the next slide, please. Now, these are some of the skills you need as somebody who is getting into networking. These are tips. You must learn to listen. And I think most of us here have good listening skills. I've not seen many people pressing their phones. I've not seen too many people getting distracted, standing up to go out and come in and all that. So I think good listening skill. We established that that's existing here. Then you must learn to you need to build your confidence so that you are able to reach out to people. Tell them that, oh, I am connecting because of this. Don't wait for them to connect to you always. The other one is stay informed. If you are not informed about your industry, you will quickly lose relevance. I can tell you what is happening in oil and gas today. What is relevant in oil and gas today. And I can tell you what was relevant when I graduated. And you should also be informed about your industry. Be persistent. You don't try and give up. You need to be able to persist. The next slide, and so we're not going to do this because of time. I believe you pardon me.
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is how I like to close my networking discussion. Okay, so now I'm going to do a mix of networking, training, and preaching. All right. But before that, when you start applying for scholarships, learn that the scholarship you apply for in the future and for your master's may not answer the name of your bachelor's degree. It may not be scholarship in pharmacy. It might be a research in an area of pharmacy that is relevant or that your field is relevant to. Do you get that? And it can be a multidisciplinary research kind of arrangement where you have the components of what the research group is looking for, and then the other components you develop it there. That is how it works abroad. And also remember that abroad there are two categories of master's degree. I want people to be looking at this and internalizing it while I'm talking. So there is a master's degree by research, which is where most of the research funding goes to. And then there's a master's degree by coursework. So that master's degree by coursework, there is a different category of scholarship that funds it. But most graduate assistantships will go for master's degree by research and then for PhDs. But there's one sweet thing that I want to announce to all of you here. You can apply for PhDs abroad without a master's degree. As engineer. Uh-huh. Do you believe it? Okay. So since people believe it, I don't need to explain it. Now let's come to our conclusion. Eh? So the way it works is they call it direct PhD in many developed countries. They are going to admit you into a PhD program, and along the path of that PhD program, they might choose to give you a master's degree or to just give you a PhD. If you follow me on Facebook, I wrote a story about one man in oil and gas who I spoke to, very senior man, nice man, very nice man. So he was telling me about his brother that finished his PhD in 1983. I was not even born that time in the US. And how did he get it? The same thing we are saying today. That time, there was no Facebook, there was no LinkedIn. But the man kept writing during youth service. He kept sending mails to professors in the US or to people in the US. And eventually, he got one scholarship from youth service. He went into a PhD. And his brother was attending his graduation in 1983. So what brought the story was because he was telling me how their plane had issue. One engine of their plane failed and they had to land in Senegal, emergency landing. It can be scary, but it's fine. Now, the last slide that we like to talk about is, you see, life is such that, no, that's what I want. This one, a story. This other one. You see, this man, Woody Allen, he says that 80% of success is in you showing up. It's not showing off, showing up. And how do you show up? We don't talk scholarship, talk. The way you show up to a scholarship is to carry your paper and do what? Apply. And by the time you apply for that scholarship, what do you get? Either an acceptance or a rejection. If you get an acceptance, good and fine. If you get a rejection, good and fine, because you learn a lesson of how not to apply. Then you go back, refine your application, and then you can win in the next application phase. Correct? Now, how do you show up in networking? I call that, I developed that, if I was to claim copyright, I get copyright over this last slide. If you are to do networking and to do business, then this is what I call the funnel of impact. Impact funnel. If you can replace that learning to actions, learning, and then from learning you go to action. Action is where the benefit is to you. But if you replace that learning with inbox and then the actions with open box, the open box is you announcing yourself to the world. The inbox is you announcing yourself to one person. So before you talk to 1,000 persons in the inbox, you are going to speak, you are going to write 1,000 times. But in the open box, you can write one message that reaches a million people. And that is why I call this the impact funnel. When you go to the open box, your impact becomes wider. You become announced. Everybody can see what you are doing. Everybody can benefit from what you are doing. But if you choose to stay in the inbox, fine and good. You can get help in the inbox, but you are going to be limited in scope. And I think of the world as a place that is saturated with too much negativity. And that is why you that has something positive to tell the world should not be ashamed of telling it. Am I making some sense? So if you have something good to tell the world, please speak up. We are looking for you. If you are teaching people how to create, how to do data analytics, tell me. If I can, I will support you. Yes, and I'm serious about it because the world is saturated with too much negativity. In fact, we need to change the world to make it a better place. Now, in all you do, you can waste your time or you can spend the whole of your energy doing networking, doing scholarship application, da 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 da. But you can't remove the hand of God from anything you do. Iwepụkwa ya, nwanne, you go suffer. And God will just stay there, they look you. You will no crash somewhere in front. When you are willing to stand up, he will come and pick you up. But don't go life through the hard way. If you walk through life with God, then life becomes easier for you. And you see that passage that says, "Ask and it shall be given unto you; seek and it shall find." I want to tell you that that principle is both spiritual, physical, and the law of business. There are doors you come to, and the door is open for you. If your father is very big, the door will be open for your father, and your father can open that door for you. There are doors you come to, and you yourself, you are the one that will find that door through your passion. Your passion was driving you, and then you started looking. You now found the door. You need to start knocking on that door by yourself. So you knock once, the door opens. Some others, you knock twice. That's your action. And some others, you have to knock 10 times on the door. Sometimes you knock. You find that you missed road. You went to the wrong door. You changed door. But the end goal is the same. You are looking for an opportunity. You knock on doors, and those doors shall be opened unto you. If you pray as well to God for things spiritual, we do that same thing for you. But the race is not for the swift. The battle is not for the mighty. And then it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of the Lord that showeth mercy. Why is it very important that you walk with God? This world is too distracted. Look at that thing in red there. I will read it out for you. This world is too distracted to remember the professional or the student who fails to show up. If you don't show up, I will forget you. Because I can't remember all the faces here. There are a few persons I can remember. But if I know see activity, somehow or something else will start replacing you in my mind. There are people in my village that when my mom calls their name, I'm like, oh, this person used to exist. And then it will flash back that I know this person. Because they've disappeared. The people from my village who show up, who are doing one thing or the other, we all still remember them. And that is how life truly is. But walk with God, and if you start that good relationship with God, you will go a very long way. You know that in Nigeria, families, they too support families. But I'm looking at one of my cousins here, and because she came, I'm also going to give her something. So, uncle, please, I want you to nominate one pharmacy student for something bigger than 2,000 naira. I have one pharmacy student that is already nominated because I saw a video she did yesterday and I liked it, advertising this event. Her name is Blessing. I don't know if I can place her. Okay, you are the Blessing. Uncle, you want to do advert, call her. Thank you so much.
This class or this lecture or this workshop is so very important that people are glued to their seats. And nobody wants to leave, except that it's getting dark and we simply must go. So it is a very beautiful opportunity for all of us to learn. I want to thank you so much, Austin, for this very privilege. And let me say this to you, Austin. I believe in giving birth. But I also believe so much that if you're not ready to take care of any child that comes to you, don't give birth. That's me. One day I went to the village. I saw one man scattering children everywhere. Even if it's not, if not that he's an elderly person, I would have gone to him and said, stop. Because this one, you said it to Lagos, this one, child abuse and child labor and so on. So I don't believe in that kind of. So also, you are giving birth, so you must take care of the children that you have given birth. I'm saying this in order to say that a number of hands on will be on the way. I talked about SOP. These children will write SOP and send it to people to correct, to guide. And of course, we shall also, now that we have connected professionally, We should also be calling you during some of the programs beyond the social school. We are hands-on on relevant skills like writing CV and so on and so forth to be properly treated. So don't run away. Because if after saying this thing now here and it ends here, then we have succeeded in giving them to children
They are not
and they
taking
will go
care.
and start testing for themselves in this kind of economy. They will die. So I want a continued collaboration with all the students in UNN, not just pharmacy students. I want to say shout out to the art students, the engineering students, and every other student of UNN that came here. You started a journey that will end, very, very well, and be happy about it. So, having said this, for those of you in science, we usually um, advertise maybe twice a year for membership of, people who want to join Young Researchers School. In the start time, I will do that official advert. And those who are interested, they are welcome. Where we sit down and through scientific meetings begin to digest some of the concepts that will enable us have a better tomorrow. Having said that, I also encourage you to follow up, with our guest speaker and the host also on his social media platforms, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and so on. And then you learn more also by following. Show up, because by showing up, you will get so much. When I went to the US for my postdoc, in fact, up until now, the man that sponsored the fellowship will call me and will continue to ask me, how do I become very useful to progress your career? That contact, I don't have time to say so many things. But this particular lecture we have received, you want to make the best out of it. Show up, practice, put it into action. Remove laziness. Remove the mentality that many people are trying and failing. Should I even get it? Remove all of that. And I also want to encourage you to shun some unprofitable social media engagements and be careful how you post what you post. Somebody was denied this because of what the person posted on Facebook. By the time you want to apply for visa, for instance, like US, they will ask you for your social media handles, the supply. But before you go for interview, they had already like 80% determined whether the visa will be given to you or not. Because when I went, just 2, 3 minutes, I was done. And they collected my passport for the visa to fixed and then sent out. So sometimes be careful what you write on Facebook. Be more professional using social media so that you don't implicate yourself. Casually, you may almost get an opportunity, and the professor looks at your Facebook and saw one useless thing you post. So this one is not serious. That alone can disqualify you. I want to appreciate you for your patience, for your time. Austin, the job you gave me now is is uh, is too much. So if you just give me time,
Okay.
since you have identified one, handsomely reward the one you have identified.
All right. So bless you.
Give me some time to do a little search, and then I will present the person to
Uncle,
you.
please. You're on the
I am doing this. See, listen, for the job, nobody asked her to do. She did it, and it attracted attention. If you want to get rich, identify a problem and solve. That is the easiest way to get recognized and get reward. Identify a problem and propose solution to that. Blessing identified a problem that this program needs to reach out, to many people. And she did a video publicity in this program. And at this time, it's my pleasure to hand over this brown envelope, which I believe is filled with substance to you for the prayer of I just want to ask you for, this large heart to be done. I'm one of the people that have been blessed by networking. There was a time, let me just say this, there was a time I needed to do a project. I didn't have the money. One of them I taught in Shalom, secondary school. She's a big woman. Each time I call, I said, Uncle, I'm from Germany, I'm heading to Japan to deliver. I said, this girl I taught yesterday, she has outgrown me like 100 times. I said, I'm happy. By now, she said, what is there like that? I said, there's a project. It was not something that they sent me account. And then what I have US dollar account. He said, as you want to send me dollar, prepare it first. When your actions, there is explosion of results. So, not only that,
The thing is, if we know from that, we read our time so that we can start from one time because I'm going to my videos tomorrow. And I'm doing this one and I don't really late in the night. And I'm traveling on Saturday morning. But if we can, I will create time so that we can talk very well on the phone. I owe you this week. As in Google visit. Africa last week in Lagos. But I spent almost a week in Lagos because of the COVID. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to see you. Thank you.
I believe that there are so many things we pray, that is nice. The other thing that is important, not of it are willing, not of it are willing, but of God is willing. That scripture did not say, we not come, we not do. I hope you understand that. You have to run, you have to win, you have to do everything you have to do. And finally, God will win. And if you don't win and run, your faith is half work and is dead. And so I want you to do this. And finally, before I go to the next one and give our uncle, this thing we are talking about is not as easy as you think. It needs discipline and a lot of work for me to, because sometimes requirements, it needs discipline. Someone will say, I don't want to myself. That is an encouragement to the behavior of those who want to learn. I always told my students, come and give yourself. Because when you die, you will resurrect on the good side of life. If you don't give yourself. Now, if you are saying a week or something, until you fall and die, that I will. So give yourself because once you die, in that process, you cease to resurrect. My students now graduate assistantship. They have also many land with care and they are still better than have 5 professors in this corporate. I mean, they are still there. They'll just call me and tell me I made a prayer. I said, I want to get a good man and a king myself. So when you make somebody a king, you don't depend on the royalty paid to you from that source because you yourself is a king. So that nobody also will block some out. When you grow up as you're growing, make what I think because I know God will make. When you become one, make sure that spread out and make others. Okay, the world is so fast advanced. In the end, two birds have never collided. There's enough space there. So we are not struggling so that this person will overtake you. Life is not a competition. Everyone has their pathway. Find your own, work it out, and become someone great in life. I want to thank you once again. And also will give you a name on your behalf. Yes, God will. I don't know whether you have one or two words. Any other questions, please post it. And I carefully collected this aspect
Okay.
so that you can give it to your cousins and nephews to keep in. I want you to have a database of these participants,
Okay.
both online and have a phone. We have a phone where further questions and further engagements can always be put up and then people will be received.
Okay.
I want to thank you so much. Your last word, then I'll give up to the other parties.
Okay. So I'm not going to take so much of your time. I want to say that, you see, we called on UNN and UNN answered. Like, there's not been. I wanted to run this event for a series of universities in the southeast and in Nigeria as a whole. But when I first made the announcement, the first university that reached out to me was in Cameroon. The second university was in Niger State. And so the process now started, but it was online. And this UNN is the first place we are hosting this as a physical event. Now, and when I think about it made sense. Uncle, I told you I was going to talk about something. It didn't make so much sense to me at the beginning. When I started planning this event, he was not involved in it. But somehow, life forced me back to it, to him. And just yesterday, I was thinking, or 2 days ago, I was thinking about it. I said, the first time I won a scholarship was with him. That was after that chemistry competition. When we came back to Shalom, Shalom waived my school fees, waived, I was even owing Shalom money then. They waived the one I was owing them, waived the next school fees. And that was the first time I won a scholarship. And it's a very big privilege that today we are co hosting an event that's going to turn many people into scholarship winners. So the other part of it is, when we were planning this event, I came to a point I wanted to cancel it. My brother-in-law said, "Don't cancel it." Then my other brother too, who is in the UK, was more like, "You don't need to." At some point, it felt like, well, if you are going to be too tight, you can cancel it because it's been very tight for me since I came back. But he told me something. He said, "Look, that this could become an annual event, and we might have to plan to repeat this every year." I don't know if it's going to be in UNN. I don't have a full picture of how the next event is going to be, but it's going to be bigger than this. And I am trusting that I am believing that it should be in UNN. If we are doing it next year, I want it to be here in UNN. So this is part of the plan. It's not a full commitment yet, but it's part of the plan. And Uncle, I want to say that I'm very humbled and very grateful that you took your time and committed your efforts to making this happen. Thank you so much. And pharmacy students, if you don't take care of him, you now know that there are big boys that will come for you. And I'm just one of them. There's another one sitting just somewhere there. If you do anyhow, we'll come after you. So treat him well for us. Thank you so much, Uncle. Then I wanted to use this. Uncle, I wanted to use this list to reward punctuality. But I can't understand the list. It's 111.
People were talking in numbers, so we have to complicate this.
Okay.
But look at the first person that wrote her name, and coincidentally, she has been rewarded.
Oh.
Yes.
So I think we'll give her something extra for being punctual. I don't know who
Okay,
she is.
let me get that list. Some Somebody.
If you are the person that wrote your name first, raise up your okay, peace. Where are you? Ah,
Yes, this is the
so
first.
this is the first list.
Yes, this is the first.
Okay, okay, we have landed. So, Uncle, please, we can continue with the vote of thanks. Let me do the needful. Okay, peace. So do
Please, so let's celebrate.
1K for punctuality. We'll stop where the money finishes. Mark the favor. You are the one.
And next I go to the US, I'll talk to Biden about coming over.
Who is the answer? Victor. 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 Are you Victor? Yes. I don't know which kind of getting what to say. So I doing 1K for punctuality. Who is Chukwu Joshua? Chukwu Joshua. Ah, everyone. So you have Victory Azubi. Azubi. Oh, it was amazing. Thank you so much. Then Mba Miracle. Mba Miracle. Mba Miracle. Who is Mba Miracle? Mba Miracle. Mba. Who is Mba Miracle? Miracle Mba. Mba Miracle. Miracle Mba. No. Mba Miracle. So Agbo is very Agbo is
Well, I'm very beautiful.
who is Agbo? Agbo is the Victor.
And
Agbo is
this kind of you see, if you
on
are
black. The one on black.
challenges we are facing, sometimes we deceive ourselves. We pretend that we have peace. So
Adiku
we
Peter.
don't stop our problem
Adiku Peter.
because and we are thinking, how did we get here with 1 year? A space of 1 year, we are seeing here. And how are we sure of what we are going to see in the next
What's
1
my
year?
apple?
I want to tell us that all of us have to change our attitude to life. Well, that's
Point.
time, especially
Did
because
to
of
the
traffic.
okay, they changed. Oh,
Martin,
okay.
Maybe next time I have more time.
Who is Odo Abuchi
But
Mira?
I met him when he was 9 years old in primary 5, but he could not read his single sentence from the textbook, primary 3 reader.
I don't know this one.
You understand what I'm saying? He was 9 years old. One sentence from primary 3 reader. I want to let you know that a lot of human resources have been destroyed. But you can still you can move forward and this living level. I think that this young man that he is going on today, what those man are full of that shit. If you see the way you go for life, you will be convinced.
Odo Emmanuel. Odo
No,
Emmanuel.
that young man is positioning himself to not push Africa. It's part of the great leadership of the world.
This one, I don't know. Will they still collect it?
I know where to start. I know where it is now, and I know where it's going.
They wanted to write
And
your name.
what's wonderful thing about it is that God is with you. So make God your first choice. Don't allow what you are seeing, what is happening around you, to make you to deviate from following the right pattern.
Will this be of any
And
use?
as the privilege to be able to see him, I also to follow him on Facebook, follow him in all of his social media handles, try to copy his lifestyle. As Paul said, follow me as I follow Christ. You will not regret it. I also am cautious of our circumstances where we come from, our family background, the difficulties and the hardship of this moment. But if we can remain focused, God will take us back.
No, this is not about that. It's not about that. There's another Facebook. There's another WhatsApp.
Jesus, the mighty name of God.
Well, don't worry. Just leave it.
Heavenly Father,
Leave
we
it to
thank
continue.
you for there's no need to do it. Wanted to please continue what the I know what I don't have to do. Wow, good.